the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Is everybody ready to go back there, Bill? Or Barry, sorry. I'd like to welcome everyone.
Testing.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the 2022 Simmental show. We're going to start this morning. We'd like to introduce our judge, Jeff Lees from Arcola, Saskatchewan. Jeff, along with his wife Grace and 5 children and parents, Duncan and Val Lees, own and operate Blair Athol Farms. Blair Athol breeds 275 purebred Hereford cows annually, as well as a couple of Angus females. Blair Athol markets through 2 annual sales. The Wilson Lees value-added bull sale is on the first Friday in April, and the Blair Athol Haraldsons and Friends sale is on the 3rd Sunday of October each year. Jeff is extremely honored to be asked back to judge here in Brandon once again, and we thank him for his time. Our first split of heifers range in age from 7th of February to the 23rd of January.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Gelby Show, 50th anniversary in Canada. And I'd like to welcome our judge, Katie Songer, and our ringman, Wayne Celine. Our first class is for female born on or after January 1st, 22, minimum of 3 months of age on the day of judging. The first one in the ring is 3904. That's BTW Kate 90K, and it's shown by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba. 3901 is MGF Hallelujah Lenore 74K, also consigned by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus. 3902 is Tip Miss 80K, consigned by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Number 3903 is PS Miss Kelsey 53K, also consigned by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And the fifth one is 3905, AWK Twin View Sugar Beak 80K, and it's consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. We'd like to thank our sponsors for the first class here. Champion Heifer Calf, sponsored by Thackeray Land and Cattle Company. The Reserve Heifer Calf, sponsored by Triple S Cattle Company. Thank you to those sponsors.
It's my pleasure to be here this morning to judge the Gelby show, especially with the 50th anniversary in Canada. We're starting off the show with a really nice class of heifer calves, a really intriguing beast to start off the class here. This heifer you just love when you get her on the side profile. She's really long-bodied and extended through that front third. She's really got a lot of rib shape and softness to her muscle. She's really sound and functional when she gets out and goes. If I was to criticize this heifer, I'd like to widen her out in her heart girth. She just gets a little bit dipped behind her shoulders there. But that seems pretty critical on a really nice female to start out the class here today. The heifer that comes in second here is a heifer that is a heifer you really like in her own right. This is a very sound, functional, big-bodied, sound-structured female with just a ton of muscle and dimension to her. A female that's maybe just not quite as flashy in terms of her front-end design as the heifer that leads out the class, but a heifer that you really love when she gets out and goes. There's just so much to this heifer that you really appreciate her for the dimension that she has. Then the heifer that comes in third place today is a heifer that you really like when you get behind her. She's so square and level out of her hip. She's just got so much dimension over her top. I just like to add a little bit of the center body that the heifers above her have to this heifer to compete with the heifers above her in class today, and just change her front end design to make her a little bit more stylish and attractive. The heifer that comes in next in class today is a heifer that just gets a little bit outpowered by those heifers above her. She's really long-bodied and clean-fronted, but this heifer just lacks a little bit of the dimension. And the same with the heifer that rounds out the class, a heifer that's just pretty green in her condition today. She just needs a little bit more time to realize the potential that she does have in comparison to the heifers above her today. Congratulations, exhibitors, on a great first class of heifers.
Over on the Simmental side here, we've got a really interesting class to start the day. It was really tough deciding between two different type and kind heifers to start this class. The heifer I started with is a heifer that you have to appreciate for the look from her side. She's really soft ribbed, deep bellied, big hipped heifer, tons of muscle shape in her. She's really tight through that chest floor. She's got a nice front end. Where she gives me a little trouble is she's the most moderate framed heifer in class. You'd like to scale her up a size or two, and then she'd be real tough. But really nice package to start the class. A more maternal-looking female in second, a heifer that you really have to appreciate her on the side. She's got that great tie-in at her neck-shoulder junction there. She's really well-balanced, really a sound-made kind of heifer. She's more maternal-looking than the heifer that wins the class, but a heifer that just doesn't quite have the shape and the style of the heifer that wins this deal. Get into a big extended heifer in third. Heifer that you have to appreciate her length and extension. Heifer that maybe you just want to see a little more upper rib shape to her, a little more expression when you get behind her, but really solid female in third. Couple black heifers down the line. What sorts them out for me is mostly structural soundness at the ground. I just like the heifer in fourth at the ground a little bit better than the heifer in fifth. She sets those front feet a lot squarer. She's bigger boned. She's bigger footed, and that's where it sorts on those two. But really interesting and really nice class to start the day.
In the first class for the Gelby, the winner was 3905 AWB Twin View Sugar, and reserve was number 3901 MGF Hallelujah Eleanor. And the class we have in the ring right now is female heifers. The first one is 4001 Julep 67J. JS Livestock of Hartney are the consigners. 4002 is JSJ Lucy 54, and the consigner once again JS Livestock of Hartney.
In our first class of Simmental heifers, the winner of that class was Hall's Affair 248K, an entry from Hall's Cattle Company from Craven, Saskatchewan. Second place went to DK Shamrock, 19K from DK Land and Cattle Company at Lampman. Third in class went to DK Macford, another entry from DK Land and Cattle Company. Fourth in class was Flying W Duchess, 40K, an entry from Flying W Stock Farm at Kenora, Saskatchewan. And fifth in class was Olmsted Miss Kate, 244K, an entry from Olmsted Cattle Company. If you were marking your catalog, entry number 11501 was first, entry 11502 was third, 11503 was second, 11505 was fifth, and 11527 was fourth. Entering the ring now is our second split of Simmental heifer calves.
Well, we've got two off-aged heifers here, really intriguing pair of heifers that are probably more alike than different, and so that makes it a little bit more difficult to sort. But what I really like about both those females is they have excellent foot structure underneath them, just a really nice hoof shape. And then this heifer that leads off the class is a heifer that I really like just in terms of her side profile. When you get her on the profile, she's really symmetrical in her lines. She's got some depth of rib and some volume to her, and she's really presented in fresh condition, just a female that you find a lot to like about. And then the heifer that comes in second is a heifer that you really love for how long-spined she is. She's just so attractive through the front third, and with that, she doesn't have quite the muscle mass and dimension of the heifer above her in class today. She gets a little bit more upright in her shoulder, and I just like to add a little bit more belly to this heifer to compete with the heifer above her today. So those two females are pretty close in terms of their quality. Two really nice females in this fall division.
Congratulations to the champion of this class, 4002. That is shown by JS Livestock of Hartney, and reserve champion 4001. That's JSJ Julep, and also shown by JS Livestock of Hartney. Our third class coming into the ring right now in the Gelby side, born January 1st, 21 to March 31st, and 2021. Number 4103, Twin View Gracie Gale, consigned and shown by Twin View Livestock. Number 4101, JSJ Josephine, shown by JSJ Livestock. And the third one is 4102, Tip Miss Jasmine, shown by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Here's some comments from our judge on the Simmental side.
Well, I once heard Huey Ross use a comment. He said Ray Charles could find this one, and that holds true in this class. Black heifer that wins the class does so very handily, in my opinion. This female has got all the parts and pieces that I'm looking for. She's got the right look from the side. She's got the right amount of muscle. She's still feminine and maternal looking, and she's super sound at the ground. This female's basically perfect footed, and just one that you really have to hang your hat on. The heifer that falls in second finds her way there fairly easily as well. Larger scaled kind of a heifer, but a heifer that, she just got in a class with a really tough one. But really nice heifer in second. She's a heifer that you have to appreciate when you get her on the move. If you're going to change the heifer, you might want to lengthen her up through that neck a little bit, tighten her up in that chest floor, but really a strong heifer in second as well. Moving down the line, it gets a little harder to sort the third and fourth place heifers to me. When I'm judging, I've always thought you place them how you'd buy them, and I just prefer the greener conditioned heifer in third. Just structurally, I like her better through her shoulder. She's got a better angle to that shoulder. She sets down with more flexibility on her pasterns, and that's probably the big advantage she has over the taller made heifer that's in fourth. The taller made heifer in fourth is a heifer that you have to appreciate her length and her size, but she's a different style heifer than a couple of other heifers in class, and she gets a little too straight in her shoulder for me. A young fella that closes out the class did a great job. He's got a really nice heifer. I guess the DNA didn't come through on this heifer, so she wasn't eligible to place any higher today, but he did a great job out here, and give these guys a round of applause.
Thank you, Judge Lees. Coming out on top in this class is HF Alberta 2039K, an entry of Horner Cattle Company. Second goes to AJB Miss Purple Haze 34K, an entry of AJB Livestock from Rossburn. Third goes to Chick Cairn 4K, an entry from Little Chicks Cattle Company at Austin. Fourth to Big Sky Kim 19K, an entry of Big Sky Simmentals from Rivers. And rounding out the class is MCR Miss K 64K 17D, an entry from McClure Simmentals at Boisevane. If you are marking your catalog top to bottom, 11506 is third, 11528 is first, 11529 is second, 11507 is fourth, and entry 11508 is fifth.
Well, this is an absolutely cool beast to start the yearling division in the Gelby show. You loved how bold and expressive this one is through her rib cage, and with that, she's so long and extended and upright and feminine fronted through her front 1/3, and then you get out over this heifer's hip, and she's just so long and level and big hip and square when you get behind her. Just a lot to love about this one. If I was to get critical on her, she gets a little bit restricted out of her rear hock when she goes, and at times she gets a little bit up on her pastern. But this is a really, really nice one. She's the clear winner in this class. Then we come to the second place heifer, a heifer that I prefer over the third place heifer just in terms of her angles. This one's really extended through her front end, and she's really functional through her shoulder design and her hip design. And with that, she's got a good set of feet and legs under her. If I was to add a little bit more to this heifer, to give her a little bit more rib shape, she's still really, really fresh in her condition, so that may come. But a nice heifer in second to follow out the really high quality individual we had coming first. And then the heifer that comes in third today is the heifer that you love for how much dimension and muscle that she has.
In the class, just leaving the ring right now, ladies and gentlemen, number one, the champion was 4103, Twin View Gracie Gale, shown by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. Reserve was JSJ Josephine. and that one is shown by JSJ Livestock of Hartney. And third was Miss Jasmine, 65 Jet, shown by Thackeray Land and Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Assisting our judge in the ring today is Bill Biglaney, your CSA director, and Melissa McRae, the president of the Manitoba Seminole Association. We thank them for their efforts. Marshalling our cattle at the back are Brooke Kennard and Donovan Hickson. They're the ones keeping the cattle coming up, and we appreciate their efforts as well.
This is the Gelby Champion heifer class, and the first ones in the ring are JSJ Lucy, or JSJ Juicy, consigned by JSJ Livestock. Second is JSJ Julep, also consigned by JSJ Livestock. Then we have AWB Twin View Gracie Gale, shown by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. And JSJ Josephine, consigned by JSJ Livestock of Hartney. And we have Miss Tip Jasmine, the first two out of each class for the champion heifer class.
Here's Judge Lees with some comments from our third split.
Just 3 head in this class, but still extremely challenging for me. The large-scaled heifer that wins the class is actually a bigger frame kind of heifer than I'm kind of used to tying into. But a heifer that, when she's not on the move, is really, really appealing to me. She's really extended through that front end. She's got the right look through her head and neck and shoulder. Heifer that has an awful lot of depth and performance and capacity. A heifer that, she balances out really nice. Where she gives me a lot of trouble is when she gets on the move. She just seems to be fairly restricted on both ends. Maybe that's just from being in the barn, standing on cement for a couple days. Maybe that's something that she does all the time. I don't know, but taking everything as it is, this heifer needs to win this class just based on her performance and her depth of body and her length and her extension through that front end. Heifer in second is a heifer that I really like as well. More moderately framed heifer, obviously. A heifer that, she's got that right look through her front end as well. She just gives up some of this performance to this heifer above her, and that's probably the thing that sorts between these two, but it's actually a close placing for me on this one. Heifer in third is just a plainer made kind of heifer, just a little flatter when you get behind her and over her top, but a heifer that young girl is doing a nice job showing, and good class of heifers.
Thank you, Judge Lees. First in this class goes to CMS Heirloom, 272K, an entry of Checkmate Seminoles, or Checkmate Livestock from Carstairs, Alberta. Second goes to BWFX Nera, 41K, an entry from Bridgeway Livestock at Wawota, Saskatchewan. And third to MCR Miss Chloe, 57K, from McClure Seminoles at Boisvane. If you're marking your catalog, from top to bottom, entry 11509 is second, entry 11511 is first, and entry 11512 is third.
Well, we've come to our division over here on the Gelby side. I think this division is kind of a race for second, because I think the winner that I'm going with out here is a pretty obvious choice for me. The one that wins is the biggest bodied, soundest structured, biggest muscled one, and does it out here with some style and some presence. The females that I'll use for reserve in the division is probably the next freest moving one. The one that I like just in terms of how long-bodied she is. The one that I like in terms of how feminine she is. She just ties everything together in a really fresh package for me. I'm going to go out and pick your champion in reserve. Congratulations to all of you breeders.
There is a couple of scratches in the Simmental class. Entry 11-532 is not showing today, and entry 11-513 is also out.
Our grand champion in this Gelby female show is AWB Twin View Gracie Gale, consigned and shown by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. Reserve champion is JSJ Josephine, consigned and shown by JSJ Livestock of Hartley. Our next class coming into the ring is the Gelby female, and we have two in the class. Number 4201 is AWB Twin View Baja, consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. Number 4301 is Joe I Like Donuts, consigned by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Some comments from Judge Lees.
We've got a good pair of heifers to start this class. The heifer that wins the class has the advantage to me in terms of muscle and width when you get behind her and down her top. She's a big top, bold sprung kind of a heifer that, she's got some faults as well, but she's a heifer that you have to admire all that shape and all that dimension that she's got, especially down her top. So that heifer wins the class. The heifer in second is a heifer you probably like a little better on the side profile. She's got that nice sweep to her belly. Heifer that is the soundest made heifer in class. She's the one that's most flexible on both ends. Just a heifer that gets a little flatter down her top, a little narrower down her top, and just a little flatter from behind than the heifer that wins the class, but a pair of good heifers to start. A big extended heifer in third, heifer that just needs to be a lot more flexible off both ends for me to get any higher today.
So the first place in split 4 is CNT Flirtatious Abbey 5K, an entry from Oak Hill Farms at Melville, Saskatchewan. Second is Lone Star Kelsey, 26K from Lone Star Simmentals at Melita. And third in class is Big Sky Kendall, 13K from Big Sky Simmentals in Rivers. If you're marking your catalog from top to bottom, 11,531 is first, 11,532 was out, 11,513 was out, 11,514 was third, and 11,515 was second. Entering the ring now will be our fifth split of heifer calves, ranging in age from the 7th of January to the 9th of January. Our show today is broadcast on the World Wide Web with live auctions, and Nikki Ross, we thank them for putting our show out to people across the country, and we welcome everyone that is watching from across the country to our show in Brandon.
I'm going to go with the softer muscled, really moderate cow that comes in first place. She comes really to the top quite handily for me. I prefer the size of this cow and the scale of this cow. For a 2-year-old, she's done an exceptional job on the bull calf in front of her. You really like this calf for just how stylish she is and then how much muscle shape he has. And they're both so flexible when you get them out in the move off both ends of their skeleton. Just a really nice pair, high quality individuals to start off the class. Two cattle that fit together well. And then we come to the cow in second, the mature cow that is a high performance cow, and you really admire how she's transmitted this to her progeny. You love how big bodied this cow is. She's got a beautiful udder under her, really functional in her foot design, and really long bodied. But a cow that just gives up for me in terms of her front 1/3. She's just not as feminine fronted as the cow that precedes her in class. A cow that maybe is a little bit just too far above what I like in terms of just mature cow size to compete with the cow above her today, but a cow that you really like for her protection merit. A really nice bull calf on the front of this cow, bull calf that's really flexible when he gets out and goes, and there's some muscle and shape and meat to him. Two really nice pairs in the senior division for the Gelbvieh show.
Congratulations to the grand champion pairs. And the winner, the grand champion, was AWB Twin View Baja, consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. Reserve champion is Joe, I Like Donuts, consigned by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Next class is for Grand Champion Female. First one in the ring, lot 3905, consigned by Twinview, the animal's Twinview Sugar. And the second one is 3901, MGF Hallelujah Lenore. The third one is Twinview Gracie Gale, 188J, owned by Twinview Farms. And the next one is JSJ Josephine, 7J. The next one in the ring is AWG Twinview Baja, consigned by Twinview Livestock. And then we have 4301, Joe I Like Donuts, consigned by Thackeray Land and Cattle.
Some comments from our judge.
Wow, what a class. This one's a real head scratcher for me, a really, really tough class to sort. You got a pair of heifers that are a lot alike to start the class. The black heifer is just the most complete for me. She's the heifer that kind of puts everything together in a nice package. She's got the structural soundness and integrity that I need. She's a heifer that has the right look through her front end. She's got enough depth, enough scale and size to me. Just a heifer that you really have to appreciate. Heifer in second is the red heifer is most like the black heifer that wins the class. A heifer that, just where it sorts between these two is just the heifer that wins the class is just a more elegant looking heifer that's a little tighter and neater through her neck, a little nicer through that shoulder than the heifer in second. The treble heifer for me was the larger scaled heifer in third. I love this heifer from the profile. She's a really well presented heifer that has a lot of extension, a fantastic looking front end. Her neck junction and the tightness through that brisket is beautiful. A heifer that just where it sorts for me is this heifer just gets pretty straight in her shoulder for me. She tends to open up in that shoulder. She gets pretty wide in that chest floor, and I know it's a very small thing for a very good heifer, but this is a really, really good class. But that's where that heifer just falls into third for me. When it gets to the heifers in fourth and fifth, really good pair of heifers as well. I mean, these two heifers hit a different class. They're probably going to stand quite a bit higher. The heifer in fourth is a heifer that is quite a bit like the first two in class, frame-wise and size-wise. Just a heifer that slopes off a little bit in her hip. She tends to push her top up a little bit on the go, and she gets pretty bold in that shoulder for me to get any higher. The heifer that ends the class, a heifer that has a lot of good traits, just a heifer that structurally she needs to be a little freer moving for me to get her any higher today, but this is an excellent class of heifers. Good job.
On the Gelby side of things over here, we didn't have big numbers in the female show, but I think you can see when we get these individuals lined up back here, we had high quality individuals throughout the show. It was pretty tough sledding despite the numbers. I want to congratulate all the Gelby breeders in the barns for bringing out such an exceptional set of females. Please put your hands together for these folks. With that said, I think you can see what I was going for out here just in terms of pattern. the 3 division winners out here, just exceptional in terms of their build. They've got some body, they've got some dimension, they've got some structure, and they're attractive in their type and kind. I'm going to go out and pick the 2 that I like, but there's several females out here that I think can make a difference. Congratulations again. Really an exciting lineup of Gelbvieh females.
In our last split of Simmental heifer calves, first place went to HFL Heidi, 2026K, an entry of Horner Cattle Company in Minnedosa. Second, also to Horner Cattle Company in Minnedosa, HFL Breda, 2025K. Third went to Erickson Carmel from Erickson Simmentals at Clavette, Saskatchewan. Fourth to HFL Rose, 2022K from Horner Cattle Company again at Minnedosa. And fifth to KCH Kistis, 203K from KCH Cattle Company at Rapid City. If you're marking your catalog, 11:15 was first, 11:5:16 was first, 11:5:17 was second, 11:5:18 was fourth, 11:5:19 was fifth, and 11:5:20 was third. This is split 6 will be the last split of heifer calves before calf champion in the Simmental show.
And the Gelbvieh Grand Champion female will be lot number 4201, AWB Twinview Baja, consigned by Twinview Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. Reserve Grand Champion is AWB Twinview Gracie Gale, consigned by Twinview Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. This is your Grand Champion female and Reserve Grand Champion. We'd like to thank Katie Songer, our judge here today. Raised near Rocky Mountain House, Katie is 3rd generation of her family to farm in central Alberta. As a youth, Katie was heavily involved in junior show circuit. She raises foaled Herefords, club calves, and Maine Anjou, and helps manage the family cow herd at Lucky Springs Farms, which comprises of 100 head of breeding females. They market breeding stock, semen, embryos,
The heifer calf that
prospect
becomes
calves,
your
and
herd
commercial
matriarch.
recipient females.
The hush from the crowd when your
Program
calves step
for
across the scale
private
on
breeding.
sale day.
Katie has successfully exhibited cattle at many of the major shows across Canada and the U.S. and has judged at shows across the country, including Canadian Western Exhibition, Farm Fair International, and Olds Fall Classic, as well as a number of regional and junior shows. As the owner of Top Stock Media, she brands and promotes some of the most respected names in the purebred cattle business. We're very fortunate to have her here with us this afternoon, and we'd like to thank her at this time.
Back to the Simmental side here. Really nice black heifer to win this class.
At the same time,
I'm
we
starting
know
to
that
sound
to
like
be
a broken
successful
record,
for
but,
generations to
this
come,
is the complete
we
one in
must
this class.
embrace
She's
today's
much like the
data-backed
one that won the last
technologies,
class.
utilizing
It's a
EPDs
heifer that
and
kind of
genomics
combines
to
all the
ensure
things
our
that I'm
bull
looking
lineup
for.
is second to none.
Certainly,
in every
really,
way that
you've got to
counts.
appreciate this heifer from
At
the
its
side
core,
and on the
Cow
move.
Sense and
So heifer that
Science
wins
is a
this class pretty
blending of
handily.
generational wisdom with
Big solid
cutting-edge
heifer in
genetic
second.
tools
Just a little
to
plainer
produce
mate
cattle
kind of a
that
heifer
exhibit
to get any
real-world
higher today, but
worthiness.
really
At times it
an
may
extended
seem
kind
that
of
Cow
heifer,
Sense and
heifer
Science are at odds with each
got
other.
some flexibility
But
on
one
both ends,
without
and a
the
heifer
other
that you have to appreciate
is
for
not a
that.
complete
Young guys
picture.
doing a nice job
Because the
learning the
whole that
ropes out here,
defines us
so good job.
is greater than the parts
Heifer
that
that comes
make
in
us.
third is a a larger scale
That
kind of a heifer,
is
just a
cow
heifer
sense
that's having a little bit of trouble on
and
her movement
science.
off that hind end. I'd like to see some more flexibility in that hawk and pastern when she gets out on the go. And the heifer in fourth is a heifer that just is quite a bit greener in condition than the rest of the heifers. Just a heifer that's a little harder doing, harder made kind of a heifer, but a heifer that's probably got a good future ahead of her.
Thank you, Judge Lees. First in this class is HFL Rose 2007K, an entry of Horner Cattle Company from Minnedosa. Second goes to MCR Miss Cairo 10K from McCurr Semitoles at Boisevane. Third to Big Sky Chloe 9K from Big Sky Semitoles at Rivers. And fourth to Delight Puget from Delight Semitoles at St. Alphonse. If you're marking your catalog top to bottom, 11.521 was first, 11.522 was fourth, 11.523 was third, and 11.525 was second. Entering the ring now should be our calf champion division. The champion heifer calf is sponsored by Rainbow River Semitoles, and our reserve champion heifer calf is sponsored by Birch NR Semitoles. We should have coming into the ring from Class 1, the entry from Hall's Cattle Company. Second in that class was from DK Land and Cattle. From Class 2, we should have an entry from Horner Cattle Company that was in first, and second in that split was AJB Livestock. Coming in from Class 3, we should have an entry from Checkmate Semitoles, and second in that split was Bridgeway Livestock. Coming in from Split 4 is an entry from Oak Hill Farms and an entry from Lone Star Semitoles. Class 5, we should have entries, both entries were from Horner Cattle Company, and from our last class, we should have an entry from Horner Cattle Company and McCurr Semitoles. Some comments from our judge before he makes the selection.
Thanks, Blair. Just give these contributors a big round of applause on a great group of
The heifer calf
calves.
that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the
Fantastic
scale
division
on
from front to
sale day.
back. I
And the
think
accolades
Seminole
when the
Breed
gavel
should be
falls
very
after
proud
the
of this
last
group of
lot
heifer
sells.
calves. I mean, It's a big,
The road to
big,
these
big
accomplishments
group of
starts
heifer
well
calves,
before
lots of
dawn
classes, and we had
and
quality in every
continues
single one of them.
late into the night.
I already talked to all the
They're
females,
born
so I'll
from
just
sweat
go
on
show
your
you the
brow,
two that I prefer
scrapes
today.
on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees.
Your heifer calf champion
We
comes from our
understand
second
the years
split,
of planning,
HFL Breda
preparation,
2039K
and
from Horner
sacrifice
Cattle Company.
that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and
Reserve
Science
heifer
is a
calf
blending
champion comes
of
from
generational
split 5,
wisdom with
HFL
cutting-edge
Heidi
genetic tools
2026K,
to produce
again
cattle
from
that
Horner
exhibit
Cattle Company at Manitoba.
real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Just one entry in this first class of heifers. This heifer is born the 15th of April.
I hope everyone was able to follow me in this class. This is probably the only class of the day that everyone's going to agree with me, but honestly, this heifer could stand some competition. Heifer that you really have to appreciate, just an April 15th, I hear, and heifer that's got a lot of frame and scale to her and a lot of depth of body and muscle. I mean, she could probably handle a couple other head and still be in that same position, so good job.
Thank you, Judge Lees. Winning this class is the DTH Bombshell 153J, an entry from Riverside Farm at Oxbow, Saskatchewan.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day.
February the 10th,
And the accolades when the gavel falls
the
after the
22nd.
last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Our first class of bulls in the Gelby side is coming into the ring right now, is now in the ring. Lot 4401 is AWB Twin View Classic, consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. 4401, Tip Mr. Kaysen, is consigned by Thackeray Land and Cattle Company of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. At number 4403 is AWB Twin View Bull Ruler, consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. These are for bulls born on or after January 1st, 2022, the minimum of 3 months of age at the time of judging.
Really interesting bred heifer class on the Simmental side here. Lots of variation in this class in terms of size and type and kind. So it does sort a little tougher for me. The heifer I started with is a heifer that's just more my type than any of the rest. She is the most moderate heifer in class. That isn't what gives her the advantage to me, though. Just the advantage to me is when you got on the side of her, you see that sweep to her belly, that depth, that functionality. She's the best footed female in class. Just that you combine those things, she seems like she's the most functional heifer that probably has the most longevity to me. A big framed, big solid heifer in second. Heifer that gets a little plainer look through her front end. She's not quite as nice on those front feet as the heifer that beats her, but a big solid heifer. She's a more mature looking female. She looks further along in calf. She's a little more mature through her head. But you have to appreciate that big solid female, and that's why she works her way into second. Kind of a different kind of heifer in the red heifer in third. Another big scaled heifer, a heifer that you have to appreciate for her smooth look and her balance from end to end. Just a heifer that gets a little narrower for me, especially down her top. She's got some issues with those front feet that don't get her any higher today, but a heifer that you have to appreciate her size, her depth of body. Young lady's doing a nice job with her, and a good work on that heifer. The black heifer that ends at class is just a heifer that I like the look of her from the side. She's got that nice rib shape to her, but when you get in behind her, she just tends to get a little narrower down that top and a little plainer looking, so that's why she gets into fourth. But an interesting class anyhow, and I hope you guys were able to follow me on that.
Well, the on the Gelby side, we've got the first class bull calves in the ring and a really striking individual to lead off the class here. I love how loose structured this bull is. I love how dimensional he is over his top and through his hip, and how level he is in his spine when he gets on the move. He's really, really flexible. Just a lot to like about this bull calf. To be honest, I wish this bull calf in first just had the testicular development of the calf in second. I'd like to see him just have a little bit more there. He's probably adequate for this time of year. But if we're to change and perfect him, that's where I would change this bull. The bull that comes in second, you really like for how long and loose spined he is. A bull that, again, is really, really flexible on the move. You like how long-bodied and stylish he is. A bull that maybe just doesn't have quite the attractiveness on the side profile, just in terms of a balance standpoint through his front end design. But a bull that you really like for how much meat and muscle and power there is in this calf. And then the bull that comes in third today is a bull that just gets a little bit outperformed in terms of how far he is in his maturity pattern here. A bull that's still really, really fresh and green in his presentation, and a bull that you like for how much muscle dimension he has. He's got some shape through his rib. A bull that's just not quite as attractive and balanced as the two that precede him in class. And a bull that maybe just doesn't move out quite as freely as the bulls that above him in class, but he's certainly adequate in that area as well. Congratulations, Gelby breeders, on an intriguing first set of bull calves.
In our Simmental class that just left the ring, entry 11702 was first, TCW Juno 80J from Twin Meadow Livestock Farms. Second went to CNT Miss Scarlet Soda 27J from Oak Hill Farms at Melville. Third went to JFP Missy 12J from Porter Simmentals at Canistano, Saskatchewan. And fourth to TCW Jezebel 73J from Twin Meadow Livestock Farms at Treeherne.
Our champion of the bull calf on the Gelby side is AWB Twin View Bold Ruler, consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. And the reserve was AW Twin View Classic, also consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. The yearling bulls now in the ring on the Gelby side. 4501 JSJ Jackpot, consigned by JSJ Livestock of Hartney. Number 4502 JSJ Journey 52J, consigned by J&S JSJ Livestock of Hartney. These are bulls born between April the 1st of 2021 to December 31st of 2021.
Show champions are our official livestock photographers at Ag Ex this year. Show champions is a product of over 5 decades of professional livestock photography that was established by Walt Brownlee in 1966, and they're proud to be your official sponsors here. Today in the ring you'll see walking around taking some candid shots is Sarah Gilchrist, and back at the backdrop we have Maureen Tubman, professional photographers, and we do appreciate all that they do for us.
Well, we don't have a big class over here on the Gelby side, but this one that wins this class does so pretty handily for me. It's just incredible how athletic this bull is when he gets out and goes, and then how expressively muscled he is over his top, and you can see that muscle even in his forearm. A bull that's really fresh and green in his presentation still, but yet he's got the big bone, he's got the circumference of foot. Just a really, really rugged-made, loose-made individual to start off the class, and there's a lot to like about him. The second bull in class is a bull that follows him really closely in terms of type and kind. A bull that, again, is really expressively muscled. There's a lot to this bull. He's really rugged in his makeup. He's really bold through that center body. A bull that maybe when you get over his hip, he's not quite as level as the bull that wins the class. And then just not quite as much hip to this bull as well. But two really nice bulls in this first junior bull division. Really high quality individuals that can take some competition in the later classes.
Congratulations to the champion yearling bull, 4502, JSJ Journey, consigned by JSJ Livestock of Hartney, and the reserve was JSJ Jackpot, also consigned by JSJ Livestock of Hartney.
Back on the Simmental side
This is
here.
your grand champ.
Back on the Simmental side here, just a really cool individual to start the bred heifer class. If you look at this heifer from any angle, you're going to like her. Super, super extended, really a long-bodied female. Really got some extension through her front end. She's extremely level down her top. She's got a lot of body, a lot of depth, a lot of muscle, just a lot of heifer right here. She's also probably the soundest footed, freest moving heifer in the class. Got a really nice foot under her, and I like her refinement through her bone work. For a big heifer, she's not coarse boned. That's something you really have to appreciate. Heifer in second just came up against a really good one. This is a really nice heifer in second as well. Just doesn't quite have the length of body and the extension and the elegant look that the heifer that wins the class does. But a heifer that you really, really like on the side profile. She's a big-bodied, big-bellied heifer, a soft-made, easy-fleshing kind of female. Just a heifer that has a lot of good things about her. Came into a really tough class. Nice black heifer in third. Heifer that gives up some of the width down her top and muscle shape to the heifers above her. But the heifer that you also have to appreciate. You get her on the side. She's got that Springer rib. She's got that depth of body. She just got in a tough class with a couple other nice heifers. Red heifer that ends out the class is one of the bigger butted heifers in class. She's got a ton of muscle, but a heifer that finds her way to the bottom just due to her structural soundness. She's a heifer that's really restricted in that hip and that front end and having a little trouble getting around the ring today, but a very nice class with a great class winner.
Thank you, Judge Lees. First in this class goes to HFL Rose 1035J, an entry from Horner Cattle Company and Longview Cattle Company. Second in class goes to Olmsted Miss Jolene 3J from Olmsted Cattle Company at Carberry. Third in class goes to Chick Julia 7J from Kira Dugard at Arns, Manitoba. And fourth in class to Oakview Journey 256J, an entry of Oakview Simmentals from Darlingford.
On our Gelby side, we've got 4 high-quality individuals here for Champion Bull. And this breed is really impressive just in terms of how maternal those females that came out earlier were, and then how much meat and muscle and performance you can pack into these bulls. And I think we've got 4 individuals that could have stood some more competition if the numbers were higher today, but 4 individuals that I'm certainly comfortable with out here. I'm going to go and select my 2 champions. Congratulations, Gelby breeders, on an excellent set of cattle.
The grand champion, Gelby Bull, is 4403, Twin View Bold Ruler, consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. And a reserve grand champion is JSJ Journey, consigned by JSJ Livestock of Hartley. Pair of bulls, pen entry, Twin View Livestock, Parkburg, Saskatchewan, and the two bulls are Twin View Bold Ruler and Twin View Classic. And the first place pair of bulls is consigned by Twin View Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan.
Some comments from our judge on this final split of bred heifers before our championship.
Really good class for the final bred heifer class on the Simmental side. Once again, just found one that I really like to start the class. Female isn't quite as long as the one that won the last class, but very similar in her kind. Just a really big scaled, big bodied kind of a heifer. She's fantastic from the side, and she is again the soundest footed female in the class. More moderately framed, nice heifer in second. Heifer that just gets outpowered by a really good one, but a heifer that you have to appreciate this heifer for her freshness and her femininity. Heifer that looks really maternal through her front end to me. A female that she might not be a huge one, but she's a good one. Couple of red heifers down the line. This was probably my close placing, is between the second and third place heifers. Big scaled red heifer in third is a heifer that you have to appreciate her size, her length, her extension. She's just a kind of rawer made female, just a little coarser in her bone work, coarser in her look to me than the heifer that slides into second. Then you got another big butted heifer in fourth here. A heifer that just once again, when you watch this heifer leave the ring, you're going to see she's just struggling in her mobility a little bit off that front end. That's probably why she gets down as low as she is. But a really good class again, and a really nice one to start.
Thank you, Judge Lees. First in this class goes to HFL Rose 1016J, an entry of Horner Cattle Company at Minnedosa. Second goes to Lone Star Nova 306J, an entry of Headley Livestock at Rapid City, Manitoba. Third goes to CSCC Jade 127J, an entry of Creekside Cattle Company from Eden, Manitoba. And fourth to Oakview Jada 159J, an entry of Oakview Simmentals, Darlingford, Manitoba. So coming into the ring now should be our junior champion female. Champion junior female is sponsored by Downhill Simmentals. Reserve champion junior female is sponsored by Triple T Diamond Simmentals. So entering the ring from our first split, there was one entry, should be from Riverside Farms at Oxbow, Saskatchewan. From split 2 should be an entry from Twin Meadows. Second in that split went to Oak Hill Farms. In split 3 we should have an entry from Horner Cattle Company, with second in that split going to Olmsted Cattle Company. And rounding out our class should be an entry from Horner Cattle Company, and the second place heifer was from Headley Livestock.
On the Galvey side, the Breeders' Herd, the award goes to Twinview Livestock of Parkburg, Saskatchewan. The next class on the Gelby side is a balancer or percentage female. We have one entry, number 5501. This is consigned by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba.
Some comments from our judge.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Great group of bred heifers. Fantastic division, some variations in size and type throughout every class, but this is a division that I've really enjoyed. There's a couple that I like really well out here, and I'll go show you which two those are.
So your junior champion female comes out of split 3, HFL Rose 1035J from Horner Cattle Company. And your reserve goes to out of split 4 from HFL Rose 1016J, again from Horner Cattle Company. Congratulations.
Well, we have a 4-year-old cow on our balancer side here with a March calf at foot. A cow that's done a tremendous job on this calf. That's a lot of performance that she's transmitted to her progeny there. And you really like this calf for how long-bodied and how dimensional she is. With that, she gets a little bit plainer through her front 1/3, but that's a really nice calf outside the cow. And then the cow herself, you really like how green she is and fresh in her presentation. She's really got a nice neck-shoulder junction. She comes out high out of that shoulder with her neck, and she's a long-bodied individual with a nice udder and foot structure under her. Just a really nice pair. It's too bad they didn't have more competition in this division, but a nice pair. Congratulations to you on an excellent exhibit in the balancer show here.
Congratulations to Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba, for the percentage or balancer female entry. Next on the Gelby side is balancer percentage bull. We have 2 entries. Entry number 5801 is a scratch. Number 5701 OSF strut is shown by Overby Stock Farm of St. Rose de Lac. Number 5702 is OSF Evolve, also shown by Overby Stock Farm of St. Rose.
Some comments on our judge from the 2-year-old division.
2-year-old division, not big in numbers, but big in quality for sure. I know how hard it is to get these females back to town as a pair. it's really tough. Getting a calf that's good enough, having a cow that has the right kind of udder, the right kind of structure, and then working with them isn't the easiest. It's a lot of work, and you need to commend these guys on bringing out two really nice pairs in the 2-year-old division. The female that starts the class, just as a unit, I think that this pair is more my type than the pair in second. They're more refined in their look. There's probably more longevity, structural correctness, and soundness for me in this pair. I'm not 100% in love with the cow's udder, but I actually probably like it a little better than the udder in second. So with all those things being said, this is a pair that just combination-wise, really nice heifer calf on her, really refined, elegant-looking kind of female. That's why they work their way to the top. Bigger, more powerful pair probably in second. Just a pair that's just a little coarser in their look, both cow and calf. And, just structural-wise and longevity-wise, I probably prefer the black pair in this situation. But really good two pairs, and thanks for doing all the hard work to get them here.
Well, on our Gelbvieh side, we've got two high-quality individuals in the balancer show. Unfortunately, we don't have big numbers, but I think this bull in first place here could stand some heat. I really like this bull in terms of his angles. You get off on the side profile. He gives you kind of a cool look. He's really functional. And then with that, he's got a lot of dimension. He's so big through his rib, and he's big through his hip, and he's got a lot of denseness in terms of just his bone work and design. And the bull that gets over the bull in second place, just in terms of how much of him there is there, just a lot of muscle expression and dimension in this bull. The bull that comes in second is a bull that you really like on the move. He's really loose made. He's really relaxed in his spine when he walks. A bull that just gives a little bit up in terms of foot size. He's a little bit flatter made in his design than the bull that comes in first. Two really nice bulls. Congratulations, exhibitors, on a nice set of balancer bulls.
In our Simmental side, your champion and reserve in your 2-year-old division will be your senior and your reserve senior champion, as we have no cows. So we'll be moving into the grand champion female right now. But our last class, first place went to MAF Tashmina 106H from DK Land and Cattle at Lampman, Saskatchewan. And second to CNT Soda Pop Abbey 12H from Oak Hill Farms at Melville, Saskatchewan. So entering the ring now will be our calf champions, our junior champions, and our senior champion females for grand champion female.
On their way out of the ring now, ladies and gentlemen, is a champion percentage bull, 5701. Shown by Overby Stock Farm of St. Rose de Lac, and reserve is 5702, shown by Overby Stock Farm of St. Rose de Lac. That concludes our Gelbvieh show for this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance.
For those of you who joined us late, our judge today is Jeff Lees. He, along with his wife Grace and 5 children and parents, own and operate Blair Athol Farms at Arcola. They run 275 purebred cows.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch.
They market
The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day.
And the Blair Athol Herald.
And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells.
Jeff,
the road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning,
Thanks, Blair.
preparation, and
Being called a good
sacrifice
guy comes
that it
from
takes to
a
succeed.
good guy like Blair means a lot.
At Gen X, our philosophy has
buddy.
always been cow sense and science. Like
Wow,
you,
what a group
we
of
rely on
females.
the knowledge of
This
those
Simmental
that
show's
came
been really
before
fun
us.
so far.
We appreciate cattle for their phenotype
I hope that
and
you
know
guys
the
have been able
importance of
to
hard to
follow
measure
me
traits
and,
to your
and
bottom
know
line.
kind of my
We believe
type
that
and,
behind every
and
good bull
what I'm looking
is
for.
an even better cow.
I like
At the
to
same
focus a lot on
time, we know
structural
that to be
soundness and
successful for
trackness.
generations to
I like to
come,
find
we
females
must
that look
embrace
like they've got
today's
some
data-backed
longevity,
technologies,
some females that
utilizing
look like they're gonna go
EPDs
out
and
work
genomics
and,
to
are
ensure our
functional
bull
kind of
lineup is
animals.
second to
So,
none in every way that counts.
You know, some of my comments,
At its
as
core,
I mentioned
cow
yesterday,
sense and
the Angus
science
show
is a
sometimes
blending of
I get a little
generational
critical,
wisdom
but,
with cutting-edge genetic
when you're in the
tools
show ring and
to
you get
produce
beat with
cattle
one
that
you think is
exhibit
awfully good, it's
real-world
good to hear why.
worthiness.
And
At times,
I
it
hope
may
that I
seem
wasn't
that
too
cow
critical
sense
for
and
most of you
science are at
guys,
odds
but,
with each other.
anyways, I'll
But
go out
one
and I'll show you
without
which
the
two
other
females I like the
is
most.
not a complete picture.
And then we'll get into the
Because
bull
the
show.
whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is cow sense and science.
Your grand champion Simmental female comes from your junior division, HFL Rose 1035J, an entry of Horner Cattle Company. And your reserve champion female comes from your senior division, MAF Pashmina 106H, an entry of DK Land and Cattle Company. Congratulations to everyone. We will take a 10-minute break for pictures and then get into the bull show.
the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy's always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science. the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Bill? Bill, is our first class ready? Thank you for we've had a short picture break, so if our first class of bulls is ready to come in, we will get our Simmental Bull Show underway.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn.
We should have 5
and
in
continues
this first split of bulls.
late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow,
April,
scrapes on your knuckles, and more
February.
hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Assisting Judge Lee's in the ring today is Melissa McCrae, the MSA president, and Bill Biglaney, who is our CSA director. And also back we have to thank Brooke Kennard and Donovan Hickson for marshaling the cattle and getting them up here on time. Here's Judge Lees with some comments on his first splittable calves.
Great class to start the bull show in the Simmental ring here. Pair of bulls that are very similar in their type and kind to come to the top. They're the two bulls that from the side you really like their eye appeal and their extension. Bulls that have enough length and substance of bone, bulls that have enough depth of body and muscle. Where these two sort for me is just the calf in first probably has a little more flexibility on those hind pasterns, and he likes to hold his top just a little leveler when he gets on the go. The calf in second is a calf that, you know, he's much like the class winner, but just when you watch him move away, he likes to push that top up a little bit when he gets on the move, and that's where they sort out. But a pair of really nice bulls to start. Big, high-performing, long-bodied calf in second, or third, I mean. The big red calf in third is a calf that you have to admire his size and extension and his length. Just a calf that gives up some of that smooth design and smooth look to the calves above him. He gets a little flatter on his side, and he's just kind of a more PC-made kind of calf than the two that beat him. Decent calf in fourth, calf that just gets outpowered a little bit today, and you got a young April calf in fifth, a calf that's got some good about him. He just gives up a lot of performance. Even though he is the youngest calf in class, he's still giving up some size and scale for his age compared to the rest.
In that class, just going
The
over
heifer
ring,
calf
first
that
place under
becomes
HFL
your
Bouncer
herd matriarch.
2081K, and
The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day,
bet 806K,
and the accolades when the gavel falls after the last
Saskatchewan.
lot sells.
If you're marking your catalog from
The
top
road to these
bottom,
accomplishments starts well
12001
before
was
dawn
fifth, entry
and continues
12003 was
late
fourth,
into the night.
entry 12004
They're born from
was
sweat on your
first,
brow,
entry
scrapes on your knuckles,
12005
and more
was
hard
second,
work in a week than
and entry
most people do
12006
in a
was
lifetime.
third.
But we know there is more to your
The second
operation
split
than what the
full
world
calves
sees.
has a birthday
We
range
understand
from
the years of
February
planning, preparation,
5th to January
and
16th.
sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Judge Lees with his comments.
Real nice calf to start the second class here. Red calf is a calf that just sorts his way to the top based on a few characteristics that I'm looking for. Is he's got that soundness and that nice look from the side. He's got the depth of body and muscle I'm looking for. I really like this bull through his head. He's got so much character and look to him that you have to appreciate that. His advantages over the calf in second mostly come down to structural correctness through that hock and hind leg. Calf in second just gets a little too straight for me on those hind legs. The calf in first ties in a little nicer at his shoulder than the calf in second. And it's those small differences that make it make these two sort out for me. We've got a good calf in third, a calf that just likes to, once again on the move, he likes to get a little more restricted off that hind end and push his top into there a little bit. But a calf, you have to respect the length of body this calf has. You have to respect the testicle development under him, and a calf that there's a lot of good to him. He just is in a tough class with a couple of good ones ahead of him. Bigger frame calf in fourth. Calf to me that just gets a little taller and a little shallower bodied for me, a little harder looking kind of calf. I just like to strengthen that calf up from behind and give him a little more muscle shape as well.
First in this class goes to BWFX Hot Iron 87K, an entry from Bridgeway Livestock at Wawota, Saskatchewan. Second goes to Flying W Century 65K from Flying W Stock Farms at Kenora, Saskatchewan. Third goes to SYD Bond 504K, an entry of Creekside Cattle Company at Eden. And fourth to Chick Kaboom 7K from Little Chicks Cattle Company at Austin, Manitoba. If you're marking your catalog, entry number 12007 was first.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day.
20 was the second.
And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn.
Entering the ring now is
and continues
these calves
late
range
into
in
the
age
night.
From,
They're born from sweat on your
January to
brow,
the 13th of
scrapes on your
January, and we do
knuckles,
have
and more
one
hard
strap.
work in a week than
12013
most people do in
is
a
the
lifetime.
strap.
But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Judge Lees with some comments.
Boy, that's a nice pair of bulls to start this class. I'll just describe to you what I saw. There, like this is a powerful pair. They're very close. They're pretty similar in type and kind. Bulls that have a ton of good to them. The red calf I start with, there's probably just more of them there. He's a bigger bodied, kind of softer looking kind of calf. I like how he ties into his shoulder. He's probably got a more appropriate angle to that shoulder than the calf in second. The calf in second is probably a better footed calf, a bigger footed calf, I should say. He just gets a little bit straight in that shoulder for me. He has a little harder look than the calf that wins the class, but a pair of really, really good bulls to start. Calf in third is a decent calf that has, he's got some good parts and pieces to him. He's just in a class with two really good ones, and he just gets outclassed in this deal. Really good class.
Thank you, Judge Lees. First in this class goes to entry 1214, Erickson Medicine Man 81K, an entry of Erickson Simmentals from Quebec, Saskatchewan. Second in class is HFL Crease 2036K, an entry of Horner Cattle Company. And third goes to Chick Kobe 2K from Little Chicks Cattle Company at Austin. If you're marking your book from top to bottom, 12012 is third, 12021 is second, 12013 was a scratch, and 12014 was first. In our final split of bull calves, the age ranges from the 9th of January to the 1st of January.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
This one sorts out pretty quickly for me. We've got a really nice red calf to start the class. That guy's complete in every way. He's sound at the ground. He's flexible and mobile when he's on the move. You study the calf from the side. You got to appreciate his look and his depth of body, and he's still really big hipped and big top. That's what his advantage over the black calf. And second is the black calf gets a little flatter down his top, a little narrower down his spine than the calf that beats him. I do like his testicle development on the black calf, but this gives up some of that overall muscle shape when you get down his top and out his hip. Interesting group of calves down the line here. The calf in third is a masculine-looking bull that's got a lot of good features. He just gets pretty loose in his leather and gets pretty loose in that sheath to get any higher today. A couple of calves down the line just give up some of that bull masculinity through their head and their neck, and some of that flashing ability of the bulls above them, but good group of calves.
Thank you, Judge Lees. In that class, first goes to Flying W Legacy, 54K, an entry from Flying W Stock Farm at Kenora, Saskatchewan. Second to Sid Currency, 500K, from Creekside Cattle Company at Eden, Manitoba. Third to TCW Kraken, 8K, from Twin Meadow Livestock Farms. Fourth to WILC Kevin, 28K, from Wilcox Simmentals at Three Hearn. And fifth to the Delate Herald from Delate Simmentals at St. Alphonse. Coming into the ring now should be our calf champion class. Bull Calf Champion is sponsored by Prairie Partners. Reserve Bull Calf Champion is sponsored by WLB.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture.
Because
the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us.
That's from our operation at home.
That
makes our bread and butter
is Cow Sense
sales and
and
to
science.
Commercial breeders. But I think that there's a lot of breeders watching and a lot of breeders in the ring here that can appreciate these bulls that we've got in front of us. I hope that you can follow my type still. I'm looking for some soundness, some masculinity, and some muscle shape. Some bulls that look like they'll go out and breed a bunch of cows and come in nice shape in the fall and won't break down too quickly. So I'll go show you which of those two calves I think have the best future ahead of them.
The Bull Calf Champion coming from Split 3, Erickson Medicine Man, 81K, from Erickson Simmentals at Clavette, Saskatchewan. And your reserve calf champion comes out of split 1, HFL Bouncer 2081K from Horner Cattle Company at Minnedosa. Our next class into the ring should be our yearling bull class. There should be 3 entries, and whoever wins this class in the second will be your champion and reserve champion junior bull.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy's always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Judge Lees with his comments.
Very interesting class of yearling bulls. Kind of some different types and kinds out here. The bull I start with is the one for me is the most complete in my mind. Size-wise, that's kind of the frame size that I like. He's not the biggest bull, but he's not the smallest. He's just, to me, he's right in his height, right in his size. A bull that you really have to appreciate off the side. A bull that has a lot of power and a lot of muscle, but he's not excessive in that. Good bull in second, follows the type and kind of the class winner, closer than the bull in third. The guy in second, just to me, just you'd like to frame him up a size. He gets a little rounded out his hip, but you know that's partly because he's got such a big hind end on him. He's a super stout kind of a bull, tons of muscle over his top and tons of muscle out his hip. Just would like to make that one just a notch bigger. And then you got the big bull in third. I'd like to make him a notch smaller. He's a bull that you really appreciate from the side. He's got that nice depth of body. Just a looser sheath kind of bull. Gets a little taller and a little flatter sided for me. Doesn't have that explosive muscle shape out his hip like the two that beat him. But a very good class of bulls. All three of these guys should be really proud of what they brought out.
Thank you, Judge Lees. Winning this class is CMS Strutter 126J, an entry of Checkmate Livestock and Downhill Simmentals. Second in class is HFL RIP 1014J, an entry of Horner Cattle Company from Minnedosa. And third is NGDB Domino 36J, an entry of Erickson Simmentals from Clavette, Saskatchewan. Those will be, the first and second will be your champion, junior champion and reserve junior champion. And that class was sponsored by Twin Meadows Simmentals and Delight Simmentals. Entering the class now, or entering the ring now, is your 2-year-old bull. We have one entry in this class. This bull will be the senior champion bull, and that is sponsored by Little Chicks Cattle Company. Judge Lees with a comment.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch.
Well, one more class we can all agree on.
The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day.
To win the class.
And the accolades when the gavel falls
here,
after the last lot sells.
When you
The
get a
road
big
to these
bull out
accomplishments
like this,
starts well before dawn.
It's tough to have
It
them out breeding
continues
cows and get them
late
back
into
in
the
shape
night.
and back to
They're born from
back to
sweat on your
show
brow,
ring and
scrapes on your
just
knuckles, and
really
more hard
commendable
work in
on
a
the
week
job that
than
they've done getting this
most
bull
people
ready
do
and
in a
to the
lifetime.
point they've got them to. So good
But
job.
we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning,
Thank you, Jeff.
preparation,
Winning that
and
class,
sacrifice that it
CNT
takes to
Honor Roll,
succeed.
6H, an entry of Oak Hill Farms
At Gen
from
X,
Melville,
our philosophy has
Saskatchewan,
always
and he
been
is
cow
your senior
sense and
champion
science.
bull.
Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us.
Junior champion from Horner Cattle
That
Company.
is Cow Sense
Senior champion
and
bull
Science.
will roll around from Oak Hill Farms at Melville, Saskatchewan. Grand Champion Bull Award is sponsored by the Keystone Simmental Association, and Reserve Champion is sponsored by Agland Farms Limited. Before we get some comments from Judge Lees, he's been out here all morning working hard, evaluating these cattle. I think he deserves a round of applause.
Thank you. You know, it's been a real pleasure and an honor for me to be asked to evaluate the Simmental show today. You know, Ag Ex is a show that I've always enjoyed. We used to show here in the late 90s and early 2000s, and with my job and you know, just not enough help around the farm, we're limited to just agribition every fall. But I do remember that Ag Ex is one of the funnest shows that I ever got to show at, and you know, they call it a warm-up show, but honestly, the quality here in every breed that I've seen so far has been phenomenal. The cattle that are out in the ring right now, you know, in 3 weeks at Agribition, they're going to be out in the ring again, I'm sure. So just a great show, a great job. Keep in mind, it's my opinion today, and just my opinion. If you don't agree with me, then you're probably right. And if you do agree with me, you're right as well, because your opinion's your opinion and mine is mine. And I just showed you the ones that I like from my operation, the kind that I like to breed and like to own, and the kind that I would be proud to be on the halter of. So I'll go show you my two favorite bulls. I hope that you're able to follow me for the day. And congratulations again to all the exhibitors for a great show.
Your Grand Champion bull is your Junior Champion, CMS Stratton, 126J from Checkmate and Downhill Simmentals. And your reserve Grand Champion bull comes from your calf division, Erickson Medicine Man 81K from Erickson Simmentals at Quebec, Saskatchewan. We will have a short break for some pictures, and then we'll get into our breeders, herds, and the rest of the classes.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here in Brandon, Manitoba, or around the world watching on live auctions. We're about 2 minutes away from go time in the Charlet show ring here, about 2 minutes away from go time. Looks like our first split is ready to go here as they enter the ring. Our first split of junior heifer calves born from January 1st, 2022, and a minimum of 3 months of age. In this split here, entry number 2701, KCH Sugar and Spice, 228K, sired by SRK Solid 12U and out of Happy Haven Carpy 68C, shown and exhibited by KCH Charlet's company out of Rapid City, Manitoba. Following in there will be entry number 2711, JMB Kristen 212K, sired by RPJ Diesel 802F and out of JMB Luna 739E, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlet's of Brookdale, Manitoba. Following in there is entry number 2702, Hidden Lake Annie, 39K. Sired by Cedar Lee Gangster, 10G. And out of Hidden Lake Annie, 10H. Shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Our fourth entry in this class here is entry number 2712, JMB Christie, 211K. Sired by RPJ Diesel 802F and out of JMB Champagne 535C, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 2703, Rammer Butter Tart 242K. Sired by HC Game Boy 9126G and out of Rammer Buttercup 823F, shown and exhibited by Rammer Charlets of Hamiota, Manitoba. That is your class here in split number one. There will be two splits of the junior heifer calf here, and they'll be coming back in. Top two from each will come back in for the champion junior heifer calf. If you're just joining us here in the Charlet Show Ring, our judge today is Katie Songner. Katie raised near Rocky Mountain House. Katie is the third generation on her family to farm in central Alberta. As a youth, Katie was heavily involved in the junior show circuit. She raises polled Herefords, club calves in Maine and Jew, and helps manage the family cow herd at Lucky Springs Farms, which comprises of 100 head of breeding females. They market breeding stock, semen, embryos, prospect calves, and commercial recip females for transplant programs by private tradies. So, as she sorts through that here today, that is your judge, Katie Songner, here in the Charlet Show. And your judge, Katie, with your comments.
Well, when they called me to judge this show, I think this breed is one of the ones I was most excited about judging. I think there's just so much power in this breed, and then the females have always been really impressive, and this class really portrays that quality all the way from top to bottom. The two females that come to the top of the class, you're splitting hairs between these two heifers. Two extremely high quality individuals. The heifer that comes out in first place is a heifer that really hits you hard when she gets her parked and on the side profile. She's just got that beautiful photogenic look. She's so feminine and long through her front 1/3, and with that she's got lots of bone and some dimension and levelness over her hip. The heifer that wins the class probably does so on that front 1/3 just because these placings are so close. I just like the femininity of the heifer that wins the class, and that's why she ends up there today. But the heifer in second, certainly very comparable in terms of quality. This heifer is so big-middled, and I really like that about her. She's got a lot of bone and foot under her. She's so long and level-hipped. And again, a beautiful profile on this heifer. Just gets a little, just a touch plainer through her front 1/3 than the heifer that wins the class. But those are two really nice females to go out at the top of the class today. The heifer that comes in third here, the butterscotch heifer, a heifer that you really like for how soft she is in her muscle shape. She's certainly got some dimension and volume through that rib. This heifer runs downhill a little bit for me, and that's why she gets into the third hole today. She gets a little bit plainer through her front 1/3, but certainly a female that you really like just in terms of her bone and how maternal looking she is. The female that comes in fourth today is a heifer that is maybe a little bit lower performing than the heifers that precede her in the class today. But a heifer that you certainly love for just how maternal and soft-made that muscle is, how fluid she is when she gets out and goes. Just a nice heifer that comes in fourth place. And then the heifer that goes out last in class today is a heifer that just gets a little bit more restricted in terms of her movement. She's just a little bit upright in her shoulder and not quite as functional in her hip design. But that's a really nice set of females to start the Charolais show.
In our Simmental ring, we have a progeny of dam class. First place goes to Horner Cattle Company with progeny of HFL Rose 1016J.
From our last class there, reading down, if you're following along, will be 3, 2, 4, 1, and 5. Again, that is 3, 2, 4, 1, and 5. As we enter into our second split here in the junior calf class, here, leading off the way is entry number 2713, HC Sydney, sired by LT Ransom, 8644, and out of HC Sydney, 4660B. Shown and exhibited by Hunter Charolais of Roblin, Manitoba. Second in the ring here is entry number 2704, Stepler Miss Stars, 118K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba. Third in this class here is into the ring is 2705, Rammer Star, 233K, shown and exhibited by Rammer Charolais of Hamiota, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 2714, HC Zalema, 279K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charolais of Roblin, Manitoba.
Waiting for Creekside. No, but is Creekside not in breeder first? They didn't. They scrapped it.
So in our breeders herd class, we had one entry from Horner Cattle Company, and they ended up winning the class. Next into the ring should be our get of sire class. So in our get of sire class, first goes to Horner Cattle Company. We are just placing the top in all of these divisions, just one placing. Yep, the calves. And the Jake, are those Bentleys? Yep, IPU Bentley is the sire of this class, of this group. Jake and Laura, Jake and Laura, just stay there for a second because you are the premier breeder and exhibitor. We might as well get those awards out. And AJ, if you would stay there, I believe there's an award for the Herdsman Award, and that was picked up by Checkmate Simmentals. So congratulations to all of you folks. And that does conclude our Simmental show for today.
As we turn your attention back over into the Charlet show ring here, we're judging.
Well, this class separates itself into two pairs pretty easily, but the first two heifers are probably more alike than they are different. The heifer that initiates the class today is a heifer that you really like for a performance standpoint. She's so long-spined, and she's bold through her center rib, and she's got some nice bone work under her. A heifer that stands squarely on all 4 feet and legs, and then when you get her on the move, she's really, really fluid and flexible off both ends. Then we come to the heifer in second, a heifer that I really like as well. She patterns very much like the heifer in first, just in terms of her center body design. A heifer that is maybe not quite as square and level off over her hips as the heifer in front of her, but a heifer that I really do appreciate for how much muscle and mass she has. And I really like how feminine this heifer is up through the front 1/3. She's really elegant in terms of her build there. Just a nice heifer in second as well. And then we come to a young man's heifer in third. He does an excellent job of presenting her and getting her shown. A heifer that you really like for her ruggedness of bone. She's got some big feet under her. A heifer that maybe just breaks in terms of her shoulder design, just a little bit in her heart behind her shoulder. When she goes, she's a little bit more restricted than the heifers that precede her in class, but a heifer that you really like just in terms of how much volume there is there. The heifer that comes in behind her at the end of the class here is a heifer that she just gets a little bit outpowered just in terms of balance and style, but a heifer that you certainly like how much volume she is, a heifer that's very free-moving as well.
In our last class there, in split number 2 of the junior heifer class, and winner is going to entry number 2713 HC Sydney 289K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlets. Joining them, coming back into the championship drive, entry number 2714 HC Zalema 279K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlets. And rounding out the class in third place will be entry number 2704, entry shown by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba, and 2705, Rammer Charlets of Hamiota. We will be bringing back in the top 2 from each split here into the championship junior heifer calf class. Our sponsors of this class here for Grand Champion Junior Heifer Calf is North of 50. And our reserve sponsor is Double P Stock Farms. Entering the ring from the first split is entry number 2712, JMB Christie 211K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale. As following that in second place is also an entry from JMB Charlets, entry number 2711, JMB Christine 212K. And out of our second split in behind, coming out of that class, was entry number 2713, HC Sydney 289K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles. And another entry from Hunter Charles, entry number 2714, HC Zalema 279K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles of Roblin, Manitoba. And your judge with some comments here on the championship junior heifer calf class.
Well, we've got a really impressive set of heifer calves here in the Charlet side of things. These are 4 really high quality, extremely impressive individuals, really functional in their build. We've got some females out here that are elegant in their front end, and they've got some center body, and they've got some shape and dimension over their hip, and some bone work under them that's really impressive. Just a really nice set of 4 females out here. I'm going to go pick the 2 I like, but I think you could go several ways in this division, and you wouldn't be wrong to do so. Congratulations, Charlet breeders.
And your champion junior heifer calf is entry number 2712, JMB Christie 211K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charles of Brookdale, Manitoba. And your reserve champion is coming out of the same split, and split number 1, entry number 2711, JMB Kristen 212K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charles of Brookdale, Manitoba. Let's give those exhibitors a big, big round of applause for bringing out these heifers here today. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, all of our sponsors. They are listed on the inside of your show catalog there. If you're following along with it, all the sponsors are listed there. We can't do this without them. Again, our champion chair was donated by North of 40, and also reserve was Double P Stock Farms. We will be moving right along here into split number 1 of our senior calf division. There is a little slight change in your program here. Entry number 2708 will be moving down and starting off split number 2. So if you're following along in your catalog, entry number 2708 will be now in split number 2. Entering the ring now in split number 1 of our senior calf, entry number 2715, HTA Icicle 259K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charles of Rivers, Manitoba. Followed into the ring here is entry number 2706, C2 White Nexus 27K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charles of La Riviere, Manitoba. Following them into the ring is entry number 2716, NOF Kelly 10K, shown and exhibited by North of 50 Charlets of McCreary, Manitoba. And rounding out this class is entry number 2707, Stepler Miss Jolene 55K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba. As our judge is sorting through this class here, I would like to remind everybody that the Provincial Exhibition of Manitoba is also selling tickets just outside the door in the main concourse there as well for a draw of $10,000. They are $20 a ticket, but the giveaway prize is $10,000, and that draw will be made right here in this ring tomorrow afternoon around 12 o'clock, I'm being told. So around 12 o'clock, there will be the draw, and the Provincial Exhibition of Manitoba will be giving away $10,000 right here in this ring. So if you haven't got your tickets yet, they're just outside in the main concourse. And your judge with the comments.
Well, this was a bit more challenging of a class for me to sort in comparison to the earlier ones today, just because we have so much variety in type and kind in this class. The heifer that comes to the top for me does so probably just as a complete female. She has the most parts and pieces, even though there's things I'd like to change about her. I really like how elegant this heifer is through her front 1/3. She's really long and extended through her neck. And then when you get behind her, this heifer is really, really wide pinned and square, and she sets down squarely on feet and legs that are correct under her. And that's the reason she comes to the top for me today. I would like to give this heifer just a tick more center body. I would like to just drop her in her rib cage just a little bit, give her a little bit more sweep to her belly. But that's being pretty nitpicky. This heifer is maybe not the most performance-oriented heifer in the class, but she just, as I said, puts all the pieces together for me today and completely gets to the top of the class. The heifer that comes out in second here for me today is a heifer that's a really high performance heifer, a heifer that you really like from that standpoint, and she has got a lot of dimension over her hip and through her rib. A heifer that, for me, she just gets a little bit plainer through her front end. She's not quite as attractive and balanced on the side profile, and she drops off over her hip. She's not quite as level in terms of her hooks to pins there. And for me, that's why she ends up in second today. The heifer in third is a heifer that you really love on the side profile. She's got so much shape and dimension through her rib cage there. A heifer that just gets a little bit flatter and plainer out her quarter. A heifer that gets a little bit more plain in terms of her front end design. And she tucks in behind her shoulder just a tick more than I would like to have her compete with the heifers above her today. But young man does a nice job of getting her shown. Nice job to him. The heifer that comes in next at the end of class today is a heifer that just gets outperformed in terms of muscle. And from an attractive and balanced standpoint, maybe just a little bit plainer than the heifers above her in class. But congratulations to all of you on a great set of Charolais heifers.
In that first split, leading the way there in first place, entry number 2706, C2 White Connexus 27K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charolais. In second place and coming back in for the championship drive, entry number 2715, HTA Icicle 259K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charolais. Followed by entry number 2707, Stepler Farms Jolene 55K, shown by Stepler Farms Limited. And rounding out the class is entry number 2716, NOF Kelly 10K, shown and exhibited by North of 50 Charolais of McCurry, Manitoba. Reading down your list if you're following along on your show book, 2, 1, 4, 3. Now as we move into our second split, as I did say, we are starting off this split here with entry number 2708, Rammer Ladybug 206K, shown and exhibited by Rammer Charolais of Hamiota, Manitoba. Followed in by entry number 2709, Hidden Lake Beth 8K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Following in there is entry number 2710, Hidden Lake Elsa 3K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Farms. And following and rounding out this class here is entry number 2717, NOF Candy 7K, shown and exhibited by North of 50 Charolais of McCurry, Manitoba. I do believe, folks, we've got junior members back out in this class as well, but the last class was a prime example of things of the junior and the strength in this breed here. Next year in 2023, they are going to be hosting the Canadian Youth Charolais show here. It is the national show, will be hosted here in the summertime, and that looking very forward to seeing all these young members back out here in this ring, showing their cattle and exhibiting animals that they've presented to you here today. They will be back next summer right here in the ring at the 2023 Youth Conference. So I think with that, let's give all of them members out there, the young members, a big, big round of applause if you're following along, and show your support for the young members of the Charolais Association. Our senior calf champion chair will be donated here today as the top two come back out of this class, compete against the top two from split number one. Your donor there is Wright Livestock Services for the championship chair, and reserve champion is sponsored by Crocus Valley Farms. And you're judged with your comments.
Well, we've got another class similar to one of the ones we've had before, and that there's some different types and kinds in this class, and we probably don't have the perfect heifer in here, but the heifer that starts the class for me is one that does so very easily. When you get this heifer on the side profile, she's got a nice look to her. She's really, really deep in her rib cage, and she's really expressive through that lower quarter. This heifer gets a little bit shorter fronted and plainer fronted for me today. I would just like to take some of that neck off and just refine her through that front 1/3 for me. But she's flexible enough when she goes, and a really, really nice heifer in terms of her transitions from her rib back to her pins. A really smoothly made heifer that starts out the class. Then we come to a heifer in second here that's quite a bit different than her, just in terms of how much performance there is in this heifer. She's a little bit, she's just a little bit coarser in terms of her shoulder design than the heifer that wins the class. She's not quite as smooth in her transitions, but a heifer that you really like when you get her out on the move. She's pretty fluid when she goes. A heifer that's extremely long-spined and dimensional when you get behind her as well. We come to a heifer in third place here, a heifer that's really, really fresh and green in terms of her presentation, and if she was farther along there, she may move up in the class today. A heifer that I really appreciate, the hind leg set on this female. She's very functional in terms of that, and that's where she gets above the heifer that is in last place today. She's just got a little bit more functional, and a little bit more longevity type build in terms of her hind leg design. But a heifer that you really like for her center body there. Then the heifer in last place today is a heifer that's a big, long performance-style heifer, a heifer that's just not quite as level over her hip, but you really like how much heifer there is there, just in terms of how much performance there is. She's just a little bit plainer than the heifers that won the class today.
You betcha. Show your support there and give them a big round of applause. Split number 2 is won by entry number 2710, Hidden Lake Elsa 3K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Following that was entry number 2709, Hidden Lake Beth 8K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. In third place is 2717 NOF Candy 7K, shown and exhibited by North of 50 Charlais. And rounding out the class is entry number 2708 Rammer Ladybug 206K, shown and exhibited by Rammer Charlais of Hamiota, Manitoba. As I said, the top two from each of those two splits were coming back into this ring here, so we are now going to ask and welcome back into the ring entry number 2706 C2 White Nexus 27K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlais de la Riviere, Manitoba. Followed in second place from that class was entry number 2715 HTA Icicle 259K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlais of Rivers, Manitoba. And coming back in from our split that we just had in the ring is entry number 2710, Hidden Lake Elsa 3K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. And entry number 2709, Hidden Lake Beth 8K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Again, our sponsors for this class here, our championship chair is sponsored by Wright Livestock Services, and our reserve champion is sponsored by Crocus Valley Farms. Our judge, Katie Songner, with her comments.
We have 4 really nice individuals out here for the senior calf division. We've got some differences in type and kind and style out here, and depending where your priorities lie, that's going to change your preference as to which one you like. But I'm going to go out and pick the one that I think is the most complete, and to follow her, the one that's most fault-free. But these are 4 really nice individuals. You could go a couple of different ways, as with the earlier division. You wouldn't be wrong to do so. I'm going to go pick the 2 that I like.
And your champion heifer calf is coming out of split number 1, entry number 2706, C2 White Nexus 27K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlais. And following in that same order, coming out of the class is entry number 2715, HTA Icicle 259K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlais. They will be presented rosettes and a couple of chairs to them, so congratulations to these exhibitors. Again, our sponsors for that class were Wright Livestock Services and Crocus Valley Farms. We'll be moving along into our class number 205, Our yearling heifer class, these are heifers born January 1st of 2021 to December 31st of 2021. We will have 6 entries in this class, I do believe. I do believe our ring steward for today, Tyler Stewart, has got everything in order there as they enter the ring. Our first entry into the class here is entry number 2801, Miss Prairie Cove K's 159J, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Co. of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Followed into the ring is entry number 2802, Beck's Dancer 60J, shown and exhibited by Beck Farms of Lang, Saskatchewan. Following in there is entry number 2803, Miss Prairie Cove 1227J, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlais à la Rivière. Following along there is entry number 2804, Elders Design 117J, shown and exhibited by Elder Charlais of Cockrell, Saskatchewan. Entry number 2805, JMB Rose 102J, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlais and Madison Robertson of Brookdale, Manitoba. Following that, rounding out this class is entry number 2806, HTA Glitter 101J, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlais of Rivers, Manitoba. These females here will be competing for the Junior Champion Female, that is the Junior Champion Female, sponsored by R&G McDonald Livestock and Reserve. It is sponsored by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami. And your judge with some comments.
Well, there are two incredible females at the top of this class, and it took me a little second look to sort them, but I'm really comfortable leaving them this way. There's really little, just tiny changes between these two females that kind of sorted them for me. I really love the front end design of this female. She's so thin-necked and feminine out through her front 1/3. And then when she transitions back, she's got so much power through her rib cage and so much width and dimension over the top there. This female, for me, I just prefer when you get these two females moving. This one's really, really flexible off both ends. She's really ideal when she hits the ground. She's absolutely fluid when she goes. A really, really nice heifer that comes out in first place today. And then the heifer that comes in second is an incredible female as well. You'll love this heifer on the side profile. She just gives you that photogenic look. She's really long and level in her spine. This heifer just gets a little bit more restricted when she gets out and goes. She's just not quite as absolutely fluid as the heifer in front of her today. And then she's, with that, got a little bit more chest floor there. She's just a little bit bolder in her shoulder than the female that goes out in front today. But two really, really nice females to start off this class. Then we come to the heifer in third place. You just love how much power and mass there is in this heifer. She's super long-bodied. She's got so much middle to her. This heifer that's maybe just when she gets out on the move, she tends to drop her spine a little bit more than I would like. She's just not quite as comfortable as the two heifers on the move when she gets out and goes. A heifer that's just a little bit piecier in terms of her build compared to the two heifers that precede her today in class, but a really powerful heifer in third as well. The heifer in fourth place here just ran into some really, really tough competition. You like how soft-made and moderate this heifer is. She's really maternal in her design. She's got a nice set of feet and legs on her. This heifer just gets a little bit more plainer in terms of her build compared to the heifers that precede her in class today, a heifer that's maybe just a little bit shorter fronted. The heifer that comes out next is certainly not short-fronted or short by any means. This is a long, long-bodied heifer. There's so much power and performance in this heifer that you really have to appreciate her for that. But for that, this heifer just gets a little bit higher performing than I would like, just in terms of her build. She looks like she's just going to make a cow that's maybe bigger than I would be comfortable with, but you really like how long-bodied and high-performing this heifer is if you want to put some performance into your calf crop. The heifer that comes to the end of the class today just ran into some really tough competition. You really like how long this heifer is. You really like how much muscle expression she does have. A heifer that just gets a little bit plainer than the heifers that come in front of her in the class today. But congratulations, Charlet breeders, on an excellent set of bred heifers.
Excellent, excellent set of bred heifers there. And your class winner there is entry number 2804, Elders Design 117J, shown and exhibited by Elder Charles. Second in that class is entry number 2801, Miss Prairie Cove K's 159J, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Co. of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And moving along in that class, entry number 2303, Miss Prairie Cove 1227J, shown and exhibited by C2 Charles. Following that is entry number 2802, Beck's Dancer 60J, shown and exhibited by Beck Farms. Following that is entry number 2805, JMB Rose 102J, and rounding out the class is entry number 2806, HTA Glitter 101J. As we move along here, we move into class number 208, and this is females born January 1st of 2020 to December 31st of 2020 with 2022 natural calf at foot. We've got two entries in this class here. Entry number 2901, Stepler Gabby 546H, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba. Following that into this class here is entry number 2902, Miss Prairie Cove 44H, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Company of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And I do believe our Hereford show is now underway on the other side of the ring here, and I'll turn it over to Amy there.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hereford Mo Show. Things are getting underway here. Our first class, we have exhibitor number 6501, XLP Daydream, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. followed by entry number 6613, Haraldson's Temptress, 24E, exhibited by Moorhaven Farms. 6503, RSK, Miss Firefly, 127K, exhibited by RSK Farms. Entry number 6504, Arthur S.A. Eclipse, exhibited by Arthur Polled Herefords. And entry 6505, Moorhaven 49G Betsy, exhibited by Moorhaven Farms. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge. Jeff Lees, along with his wife Grace, 5 children, and his parents, Duncan and Val Lees, own and operate Blair Athol Farms in Arcola, Saskatchewan. Blair Athol breeds 275 purebred Hereford cows annually, as well as a couple of Angus females. Blair Athol markets through 2 annual sales. The Wilson Lees Value Added Bull Sale is the first Friday in April, and the Blair Athol Haraldsons and Friends sale is the 3rd Sunday of October each year. Jeff says it is an extreme honor to be asked to judge here in Brandon once again. I think it's an extreme honor for Jeff to be here to judge for us today. Also, thank you to Wally Mitchell from Roselawn Polled Herefords in Killarney for being our ring person today.
And in our Charlet ring over here with our judges' comments.
We have 2 absolutely beautiful 2-year-olds with January calves at foot here on the Charlet side of the ring here. The female that wins the class just does so, pretty easily for me. She's just so bold and robust through her center design, and she's really fluid when she gets out and goes, and she sets down on big solid foot and squarely on her legs. And the heifer calf in front of her is just truly an impressive individual. Just so much dimension and body to this heifer, and then with that, she's got so much muscle, and she's totally fluid when she gets out and goes. You really like the angles of this female. You really like how she sets down on a big solid hoof. She's just a replica of her mother, and that's a really, really nice pair to start off the 2-year-old part of the Charlet show here. And then the female that comes in second is a cow that you really hate to put second, because this is a nice cow. She's got so much center body. She's so long and level over her top. She really gives you a nice look on the profile and a beautiful udder under this cow. And then you look at how impressive she is in terms of just her production merit. That bull calf on the front of that cow is truly an impressive individual in terms of his muscle design and how much shape he has. The bull calf gets a little bit up on his ankles when he tends to go just a little bit more restricted and less comfortable than the pair that precedes him. But those are 2 really, really nice pairs. Congratulations, Charlet breeders. That's an exceptional set of females.
And our class winner there is entry number 2902, Miss Prairie Cove 44H, with progeny Longview Faith 1K, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Company of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And second place in that class is entry number 2901, Stepler Gabby 546H, with progeny Stepler Timber 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba. We're going to move along here into our class number 209, and this will be a female born before January 1st of 2020 with a calf at foot. And in this class here is entry number 3001, Blackburn Faith 17F with progeny Roscoe Young Gun 5K, shown and exhibited by Rosso Charles of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me to evaluate the Hereford Show. Starting the day with a really nice set of heifer calves. The pair that I start with are two heifers that are very similar in type and kind. I like them both really well. For me, it just comes down to some very small, minute details between the two. I like the heifer that wins the class up through her head and her neck extension and the way she ties into her shoulder, just a nickel better than the calf in second. When you get on the side of these two females, the heifer that wins the class has just a little more swoop to her belly, just a little more depth when you get on her side of her. And that's probably what leads her to win this class for me today. The heifer in second, a heifer that you really have to admire her muscle shape. She's probably got more shape down low than the heifer that wins the class, and she's longer bodied than the heifer that wins the class. You know, where it comes down to it on me, though, is just that head. She's not as pretty headed as the heifer that wins. Not maybe quite got the same rib shape as the heifer that wins. A really nice extended heifer in third. A heifer that just gets a little shallower bodied for me and a little bit harder doing than the two that beat her. Good little April 4th heifer coming next. Heifer that's got a lot of niceties to her. She's really got a nice look through her front end. She's just given up some of the performance to some of the calves above her. And the heifer that ends the class, a heifer that you have to admire her rib shape and her depth of body. She just gets a little short-necked, gets kind of low-headed to me, and has a little more set to those hind legs to get any higher. But really good class of heifers to start with.
On our Charolais side over here, we just have a single entry in the mature cow class. A cow that's really got kind of the bases covered just in terms of she's got the production in front of her in a big bull calf. She's really sound and practical in her build. She doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles, but that's a cow that looks like she can go out and work, and she clearly did with that bull calf in front of her. He's got lots of dimension to him, lots of muscle and shape over the top and out over his hip. We'll look forward to seeing them again in the Senior Champion Drive.
And our class winner here is entry number 3001, Blackburn Faith 17F with progeny Rosso Young Gun 5K, shown and exhibited by Rosso Charles of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. They'll be coming back in here for our champion senior female. This class is sponsored by Sunshine Oak Charles, and reserve champion is sponsored by Hard Rock Land and Cattle.
Results of our first calf class were, first was number 6504, Arthur Eclipse from Arthur Polled Herefords. Second, entry number 6613. In third, entry number 6503. Fourth, 6501. And fifth, 6505. If you're following along in your show book, the order from the top to the bottom is 4, 2, 3, 1, 5. That class was sponsored by Hindman Cattle Co. Entering the ring is our second class. Second junior heifer calf class sponsored by ABH Farms. First in the ring was number 6509, Mans Vicky 12E, exhibited by Stephen Mans. Next was 6510, Mans Vicky, exhibited by Stephen Mans. 6506, MAR 11B Azalea, exhibited by AM Ranching. 6507, KTCT, Kate, exhibited by KTCT Polled Herefords. And entry 6508, Twin View, Hot Toddy, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords.
Over in the Charlet ring here, we are on the champion senior female class here, and here's our judges' comments.
Well, we've got some pretty impressive females out here in the senior drive. The two-year-old females, as I talked in class, that are beautiful in their own rights, and together they make a spectacular pair of females with their January calves at foot. Two females that you really like just from body shape standpoint. They've got good udders under them. They've got all the bases covered in terms of practicality. And they're really nice and nicely designed just in terms of their front end build, and the production in front of them is truly impressive. And then we've got the cow out here that is sort of a practical, functional type female, a female that is really impressive just in terms of what she's put on the ground in front of her. I'm going to go select the two that I like. Congratulations, Charlet breeders, on an excellent set of senior females.
And your champion senior female here coming out of class number 208 will be entry number 2902, Miss Prairie Cove 44H, with progeny Longview Faith 1K, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Company. And your reserve coming out of the same class, entry number 2901, Stepler Gabby 546H, with progeny Stepler Timber 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms. Those females will now be joining us back here with the junior female, and our two, as well as our heifer calves, will be coming back in for the championship drive of the champion Charlet female here. Again, that class there was sponsored by Sunshine, Oak Charlets, and Hard Rock Land and Cattle Company. Our grand champion female class is sponsored and brought to you by C2 Charlets and Hunter Charlets on the reserve chair. Coming back in here for our championship drive, entry number 2712, JMB Christie 211K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets. Followed that in is entry number 2711, JMB Kristen 212K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets. Following that in, coming out of our senior heifer division here, is entry number 2706, C2 White Nexus 27K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlets. Following that in is entry number 2715, HTA Icicle 259K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets. As we move into the junior female division there, coming into us here is entry number 2804, Elders Design 117J, shown and exhibited by Elder Charlet. And following that is entry number 2801, Miss Prairie Cove Hayes 159J, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Co. of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And coming out of our senior division there is entry number 2902, Miss Prairie Cove 44H, with progeny at foot Longview Faith 1K, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Co. of Grenfell. And rounding out this championship drive here is entry number 2901, Stepler Gabby 546H, with progeny Stepler Timber 62K at foot, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba.
switching to the Hereford side, another solid class of heifer calves here in the Hereford show. Two heifer calves I really like to start with. They have some differences in type and kind, and it's just weighing those differences. The heifer that wins the class is the bigger, higher performing type calf. She's probably got a little more depth of body. She's kind of the more rugged appearing, solider type of female. Heifer in second is the more elegant, nicer balanced female. She's one that you really have to appreciate her look, her smoothness, her straightness of lines. A heifer that has a lot of nice things. She's just getting outpowered by a really big, really powerful heifer that's got a lot of depth of body. Get down the line. We've got a couple other heifers here that are just giving up some performance. Red-eyed heifer here is a really nice fronted heifer. She ties in really nice at that shoulder junction. She's got a lot of length of body. She's sound enough made. She's just giving up some of the depth of body and performance to the ones above her. A couple of plainer made heifers down at the bottom. They're just outclassed in this deal. We got some really good ones ahead of them. Thanks.
The placings for that class was first, entry number 6508, Twin View. Second, entry 6506, MAR Azalea, exhibited by AM Ranching. Third, 6509, Mans Vicky, exhibited by Stephen Mans. Fourth, entry 6510, Mans Vicky, exhibited by Stephen Mans. And fifth, 6507, KTCT Kate, exhibited by KTCT Polled Herefords. If you're following along in your book, the order from the top to the bottom is 3, 4, 2, 5, 1.
Moving back over into our Charlet show over here, here's our judge on our championship female in the Charlet show.
Well, if this set of Charlet females doesn't give you chills, I don't know what does, because this is a truly impressive group of females, and I think it's absolutely astounding that a breed that really was developed with a terminal impact in mind could come out and exhibit the maternal punch that's out here. Just some very cool females. I think you can see what I'm going for when you get them all back out here. Some moderation of frame, and with that, I want some center body to them. I want some style through the front third. I want some attractiveness and balance throughout, and some shape over their hip and dimension, and then really sound on their feet and legs and some fluidity of movement. And I think there's a lot of females out here that achieve those goals, and I'd be pretty happy to stand behind any one of these at the back job. But I'm going to go and pick the two I like. This is an astounding set of Charlet females. Please put your hands together for these breeders.
Our championship female drive here is brought to you by C2 Charlets and Hunter Charlets as our judge goes out to select our champion for the 2022 Charlet show. They will be, of course, going on and competing in tonight in the All Breed Supreme Extravaganza at 6:30. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, coming to us out of the cow division there, entry number 29. Entry number 2902, Miss Prairie Cove 44H, shown and exhibited by Longview Cattle Co. of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And a reserve coming to you out of the yearling class. Entry number 2804, Elders Design 117J, shown and exhibited by Elder Charlet. We're just going to take a quick break here in the Charlet division so that these cattle can go over to the backdrop and get their pictures taken, and we will turn it over to the Hereford side.
On the Hereford side, we have our champion junior heifer calf class. It's sponsored by KTCT Polled Herefords, and we'll have Jeff make a few comments.
Small division here, but a really nice division. I found heifer calves I liked in both classes, and
The heifer calf
I'll
that
go show you the two
becomes
that I like the
your
best.
herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But
Our
we know
grand champion is
there
entry
is more to your operation than what the
6504,
world
Arthur
sees.
FA Eclipse 90K,
We understand
exhibited by
the years
Arthur
of planning,
Poole Hereford,
preparation, and
and our reserve
sacrifice
is
that it takes to
entry number
succeed.
6613, Haroldsson's
At Gen X,
Temptress
our philosophy has always been
24E,
cow sense and
exhibited by
science.
Moorhaven Farms.
Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better
Our
cow.
reserve champion, Junior
At the same
heifer
time,
calf
we know
for
that to be
class was
successful
sponsored
for
by
generations to
Flyer
come,
Cattle
we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us.
Now entering
That
the ring, we have
is
the
Cow
senior
Sense
female calf class,
and
split number
Science.
1. First in the ring is entry number 6601, Twin View 21E, Miss Hayden, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. Next, entry 6602, Twin View 72E, Peony, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. Exhibitor 6603, XLP 137G, Sarah, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. And last, entry 6605, RSK 30H, Miss Tamara, exhibited by RSK Farms. Show Champions is your official photographer of the 2022 Manitoba Ag Ex. Visit showchampions.com to browse through and purchase photos from each day. Show Champions is happy to photograph anyone who may want an official backdrop photo. Stop in at the backdrop anytime while the shows are on and they will be happy to take your picture.
A really nice one to start this class of senior heifer calves. Heifer that's got a lot of the right things. She's got a ton of shape when you get behind her. Beautiful look from the side. Just a perfect amount of depth of body and sweep to her belly. If you're going to get real nitpicky on this one, you maybe like to deepen her heel and shorten those toes up just a little bit on her, but really nice heifer to start with. Dark red, well-marked heifer in second. Heifer that follows the type and kind of the heifer that wins the class most closely in this class.
The heifer calf.
She's a heifer you have to admire for her length and her depth. She just gets a little bit plainer through her front end compared to the class winner. Doesn't quite have that muscle shape when you get behind her as a heifer that wins the class. Getting into two different kind of heifers when you get down the line here. The heifer in third is a heifer you really have to appreciate her look, her extension through her front end. She's just a little greener today than the heifers above her, but a heifer that's got a lot of potential in my mind. The heifer that ends the class is a heifer that, she's a big scale, big long body kind of a heifer, but she's a little bit coarser in her bone work. She's a little bit shallower bodied and taller. Probably just in a growth spurt right now, but really good group of heifers.
At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, cow sense and science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times it may seem that cow sense and science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us.
We have entry 6606.
That is cow sense
KTCT18FK,
and science.
exhibited by KTCT Polled Herefords. 6607 RSK FM 30H Miss Princess, exhibited by RSK Farms. Entry 6608 Sheriff Kiona 1F, exhibited by Sheriff Farms. And entry 6609 Arthur 4R 6B Marvelous, exhibited by Arthur Polled Herefords. This class is sponsored by Hilltop Polled Herefords.
the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be
That's a real
successful
tough
for
one on
generations
this
to
class.
come, we
Two
must
heifers
embrace
that are
today's
both
data-backed
really, really good, but
technologies,
kind of different from each
utilizing
other.
EPDs
The
and
heifer I ended up
genomics
starting
to
with
ensure
just
our
has an
bull
advantage in
lineup is
muscle
second
shape
to none
through that lower
in
quarter
every
and out
way
that
that
hip.
counts.
She sets in a little
At its
nicer at her
core,
tail head
cow
than the
sense
heifer
and
in
science
second.
is a blending of generational
She's got a little
wisdom
swelling in
with
front of her
cutting-edge
one
genetic
shoulder,
tools
but
to produce
that was an
cattle that
injection
exhibit
site, and
real-world
the other side looks
worthiness.
good.
At times, it
The
may
other
seem
heifer
that
has
cow
that
sense and
advantage,
science
is
are
her
at
front
odds with
end, her
each
neck
other.
is a little longer,
But
she's
one
got that
without
better
the
tie-in
other
through that neck
is
shoulder
not a complete
junction.
picture.
A heifer that,
Because the
you
whole
really
that
have to
defines
admire
us
her depth of body
is greater
and,
than the parts that
her
make us.
soundness and freedom on the move.
That
A heifer that
is
just gets a
cow
little
sense
flatter than the class winner when
and
you get
science.
behind her. Sets her tail head up just a little higher for me, and it's really close between these two, but those are the differences that I saw in them. The next two heifers down the line, a couple of bigger scaled kind of heifers that just a little tighter wound kind of females. The heifer in fourth just gets a little restricted in her movement off both ends, but another good class with two really good ones at the start.
Results for that class. In first, we had entry 6607, RSK FM Miss Princess, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Lucas and Elena Bagansky. Second, we had 6609, Arthur 4R Marvelous, exhibited by Arthur Pulled Herefords. In third, we had entry 6608. And in fourth, we had entry 6606. If you're following along in your show book, the order for that class from top to bottom was 4, 1, 3, and then flip on to the next page, 2. Next in the ring is our senior female calf, split number 3. First in the ring was entry 6610, GRH 57G Rita, exhibited by Greenridge Farms. 6618, PBHR Tiana 68H, exhibited by Stephen Mans. 6612, Twinview 206E, Pixie Petals, exhibited by Twinview Pulled Herefords. And 6614, GRP 183F Sapphire, exhibited by JRP Herefords. This class is sponsored by Red Fox Ranch. We'll have comments from our judge, Jeff Lees.
This one sorted out quite a bit more quickly for myself. Really, really good one to start the class. This is the kind that I'm looking for. This heifer puts a lot of good things together. She's got that right look for me and wins this class pretty handily. You've got a really big, solid heifer in second, a heifer that you have to admire for that power and performance and depth.
Calf that becomes
just a plainer made kind of heifer.
matriarch.
She's not nearly as nice through that head and neck.
She's
got a little extra set to that hind leg for me. But a heifer you have to be really respectful for her weight per day of age, her size, and her depth. She just gets outclassed by a really, really nice one.
Dawn.
Next two heifers in line, heifers that just give up a little bit in depth, in terms of depth of body and fleshing ability and performance to the ones above them.
Work in a week than
nice class.
Most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Entering the ring, we have our senior female calf class, split number 4. First in the ring, entry 6615, TEEG Z426 Ferrari, exhibited by Tegan Hindman. Entry 6612, RSK 91H Miss Ivory, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Tinley and Lila Harvey. Entry 6617, Kirby Lone Pine MV Seibel, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. And entry 6619, RSF 26C Pixie, exhibited by Rashod Stock Farms. This class is sponsored by Rockin' H Livestock Supplies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'd like to welcome you back to the Charlet show ring over here on this side. We are going to start off with split number 1 of the bull calf division here. We have 4 entries in this class. Entry number 3112, Roscoe Young Gun 5K, entry shown and exhibited by Roscoe Charles of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Following in is entry number 3101, JMB Klondike 209K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charles of Brookdale, Manitoba. Following along there is entry number 3102, C2 Kong 120K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charles de la Riviere, Manitoba. And rounding out this class here is entry number 3111, HC Kingsman 288K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles of Roblin, Manitoba. With that, I think we'll turn it back over to the Hereford ring.
Well, this show is, it's becoming really fun for me. Every class I'm finding 1 or 2 I really like that holds consistent with this class. Heifer that wins the class is a really nice female in a lot of ways. Her advantages over the heifer in second are probably mostly in structure. I like the set to this heifer's hind leg just a notch better than the heifer in second. I like her through her head and her neck and her shoulder just a hair better than the heifer in second. The heifer in second's a bigger bodied kind of a heifer, probably more performance to her, but she's just a little straight in that hock for me and a little uglier through her head and front end than the heifer that beats her. Next 2 heifers in line, another pair of good heifers that are just a little greener in their condition. The heifer that's in third just offers me a little more depth of body, a little more depth of flank, and she's leveler outer hip than the heifer that it's in fourth. Good heifer in fourth, just giving up some of those traits to the other heifers.
First in that class is entry number 6616, RSK Miss Ivory, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Tinley and Lila Harvey. In second, we had entry 6617, Kirby Lone Pine, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. In third, entry 6615, TEEG Ferrari. And fourth, entry 6619, RSF 26C Pixie, exhibited by Richaud Stock Farms. If you're following along in your book, the order from the top, as it appears in the show book, is 3, 1, 2, 4. Next, we will be welcoming back the first and second place heifers from the senior female calf splits into the champion senior heifer calf class.
As we turn your attention over to the Charlet ring, our judges' comments on split number 1 in the Charlet Bull Division.
Well, nice pair of bulls at the top end of this class, and the bull that I chose to go with here is a bull that you really like just in terms of how much center body he has and how loose made he is. He's so relaxed in his spine when he goes, and then there's lots of dimension and muscle to this calf as well. Where I'd like to change this calf is right when he gets to the ground. I just want to change his hoof structure slightly. He's a little bit flatter flatter in terms of his hoof design than I would like him to be, but that's getting kind of nitpicky on a pretty good one. If I was to change him in his body, it just would be to pull him apart behind his shoulders there. He gets a little bit tucked in his heart girth. But that's a really nice calf to start off the class, and I'm pretty comfortable using him just in terms of how much power and performance he does have and the attractive look to go along with it. And then the bull in second place today is a bull that you really admire for how long-spined he is. This bull has got so much power and dimension, and then when you get him out on the move, he's pretty adequate in terms of his movement. He's a little bit freer than some of the bull calves behind him in class today, but a bull that I might like to change just a little bit in how he goes in terms of how he sets down at his pasterns. He's not quite as soft as I would like, but again, that's a bull that you really like for just how much mass and dimension that he does have, how much top and how much hind quarter he has when you get behind him. And then the bull that comes in third gets a little bit outpowered by those two bulls in front of him today. He's a bull that gets a little bit straighter off his hock, and he's a little bit more upright in his shoulder, but a bull that you have lots of performance in. There's lots of muscle to this bull. He's a long-spined individual, a really nice bull in third place. And then the bull that comes out behind him in class is a bull that maybe just doesn't have the balance and attractiveness of the bulls above him in class, a bull that gets a little bit flatter made in his muscle shape, but a bull that you really like for how much performance is there. Again, another long-sided individual to complete the class today.
Thank you, Katie. And winning that class on your first split is entry number 3102, C2 Kong 120K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charles de la Riviere, Manitoba. Following it in second place is entry number 3111, HC Kingsman 288K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles of Roblin, Manitoba. Following that is Rosso Young Gun 5K, shown and exhibited by Rosso Charles of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class is entry number 3101, JMB Klondike 209K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charles. We will be going momentarily over to the Hereford ring with the judges' comments there.
Real nice senior division on the Hereford side with the heifer calves. I thought this week I kind of would like to have a string at Ag Ex, and then I also thought, it'd be great to judge Ag Ex. And now it's such a tough division. I don't know if I wanted either, because if I had a string here, I don't think I'd have any out. And if I'm judging, I have to pick the right one. So I'll go show you the two that I like the most. There's probably going to be some argument, and after the show, while we're having some beers, and people are going to tell me that they liked a certain one better or didn't like a certain one, and that's fine. But I'll go show you which two I like for the day.
Our champion senior heifer calf, entry number 6610, GRH 57G, Rita, exhibited by Green Ridge Farms. The champion senior heifer calf is sponsored by Choke Cherry Lane Herefords. And our second place, or our reserve champion senior female calf, is entry 6607, RSK FM Miss Princess, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Lucas and Elena Begansky. Our reserve champion senior heifer calf class was sponsored by RSK Farms.
Back over in the Charlet ring here, split number 2 of your bull calves born after January 1st of 2022. First in the ring here was entry number 3103 HTA Galaxy 286K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba. Following that is entry number 3105 JMB Crypto 207K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. And following this class here is 3106 HTA KC 276K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlets of Rivers, Manitoba. This is your split number 2 in the Charlet Bull Calf division.
Back over on the Hereford sides, we have our female class, split number 1, entering the ring. Entry number 6704, KTCT 24E, Jody, exhibited by Keene Farms. Next, entry 6705, exhibited by Twin View. 49F, Clementine, exhibited by Twin View. 6706, RSK, Miss Sage, 90J, exhibited by RSK Farms. And entry 6707, Arthur, 201D, B Girl, exhibited by Arthur Polled Herefords.
And our judge with her comments here.
Well, we probably haven't got the most perfect one in this class, but we've certainly got the most complete one at the start of the class. And I really admire this calf for how he hits the ground on all fours. He's really, really flexible off both ends. He's really coordinated at his pastern. And then when you get off to the side of this bull, he gives you a really practical look. He's got lots of beaten muscle and dimension to him, and ties it all together really, really well. Just in terms of a side profile, and when you get behind him, he's got some hip as well. Just a nice complete calf to start the class. And then the calf that comes in second is a bull that you really like for how long-spined he is and long-sided he is. A bull that you appreciate for how long-fronted he is. This bull, when he walks, he's certainly fluid enough from the side, but when you get walking behind him, he gets a little uncoordinated off his rear pastern. He gets a little awkward. There's a little bit of a wobble in how he hits the ground, and that's why he ends up in second place today for me. The bull that comes in third is a bull that you really like and how soft-sided and how nice made he is. He's really smooth in his transition over his rib and his back to his hip, and he's long and level in that respect. But this bull just gets a little bit up in his top for me when he's both on the stand and on the move. I would just like to relax that top down and drop his rib cage down to compete with those two bulls above him today. But 3 really nice bull calves in this class.
Thank you, Judge. And with that being said, first in class is entry number 3103, HTA Galaxy 286K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlays of Rivers, Manitoba. Following that is entry number 3106, HTA KC 274K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charlays. And rounding out the class is entry number 3105, JMB Crypto 207K, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlays. We'll be rolling along into split number 3 in our Charley Bull division here. We do have one scratch. You can scratch entry number 3109. There is one scratch. Entry number 3109 will not be competing here today. As we go on there as they enter the ring. First into the ring here is entry number 3107, HC Kenworth 242K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charlays of Roblin, Manitoba. Following that in is entry number 3108, Stepler Timber 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. And rounding out this third split here is entry number 3110, Hidden Lake Rip 9K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. That is your split number 3 in the bull calf division here.
Moving over to the Hereford side, we'll have comments from our judge.
Extremely close placing in this bred heifer class. The heifer I decided to start with just has the advantage in muscle shape. That's all it really comes down to. Darker red heifer, a little nicer profiling, a little nicer through her front end and her head. Just got that little more muscle shape when you get down low on her quarter, get behind her. The heifer in second is a heifer you really have to appreciate her size and scale. She's a heifer that you have to love the smoothness down her top, depth of body in her. Just a really sound made individual that could really get out and march around the ring. Just a little plainer through her head and a little flatter through that lower quarter to get any higher. A couple heifers down the line are just a little plainer made heifers that just got into another tough class, and heifers that, they just need a little more of that class through their heads and their front ends, and then they could place a little higher today.
At class, we have first place going to entry number 6706, RSK 7165, Miss Sage, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Twin View Polled Herefords. In second place, 6707, Arthur 201D, B Girl, exhibited by Arthur Polled Herefords. Third, 6705, Twin View 94F Clementine, exhibited by Twin View. And fourth, 6704, KTCT Jody, exhibited by Keene Farms. If you're following along in your show book, in the order that it appears, the order is 4, 3, 1, 2. Next in the ring is our female class, split number 2. First in the ring is entry 6717, PBHR Primrose 19F, exhibited by Stephen Mans. Next, we've got entry 6708, Twin View 174E Hazel, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. 6709, RSF 9153, Blue 9J, exhibited by Rashod Stock Farms. Entry 6710, ABHF Exceed Lassie 113J, exhibited by Oriana Hindman. And 6711 Elm Lodge Jade 14J, exhibited by JRP Herefords. This class is sponsored by Bathel Farms.
And over in the Charlet ring here, our judges' comments on split number 3 of the bull calves.
a really intriguing set of calves here, and the quality and consistency of the class really hits you hard on the way in, and they maintain that quality throughout here. The bull calf that comes to the top pretty easily for me. I just really like this bull how robust he is through his center body design. He's just got a nice rib shape. He's certainly relaxed enough in his spine. A bull calf that if I was to change him, it would be on the move. He gets a little bit inflexible off those two rear pasterns when he walks. But a really nice bull calf, and a bull calf I just prefer in terms of his body design compared to the bull calf in second. And the bull calf in second is moving in much the same way. He gets a little bit inflexible off those rear two pasterns as well. But a bull that you really, really like for how long-bodied he is. This is certainly the performance option in the class. There's so much meat and muscle in this bull. If I was to change him, I just want to relax his top to compare with the bull calf in first place today. But that's a really nice performance option in second. And then we get to the bull calf in third place here. That's probably just the earlier maturing of the trio here. A bull that gets a little bit shorter in his overall design, and certainly a little bit shorter in his front end and neck design as compared to the bull calves above him today. A bull that maybe doesn't set down quite on a set of feet and legs that are quite as big boned and large circumference as the bulls that precede him in class today. But three really nice bull calves, quality all the way through.
Excellent. In that split number 3, winning that class was entry number 3108, Stepler Timber 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. Second place there was entry number 3107, HC Kenworth 242K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles of Roblin, Manitoba. And rounding out that class is entry number 3110, Hidden Lake Rip 9K, shown and exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Now we're going to roll right along into our bull calf champion class here. With a bull calf champion class entering the ring, entry number 3102, C2 Kong 120K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charles. Second coming into the ring here is entry number 3111, HC Kingsman 288K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles. Coming out of split number 2 is entry number 3103, HTA Galaxy 286K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charles. And following that is entry number 3106, HTA Casey 274K, shown and exhibited by HTA Charles. And coming back from the split that we just seen, entry number 3108, Stepler Timber 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba, and entry number 3107, HC Kenworth 242K, shown and exhibited by Hunter Charles of Roblin, Manitoba. This is your championship bull calf class in the Charlet ring. Your Charlet Bull Calf class champions here will be receiving a chair sponsored by LEJ Charles, and reserve sponsorship there is Johnson Charles as well. At this point in time, I'd like to continue to introduce our judge to you today, Katie Songner. Katie has successfully exhibited cattle at many of the major shows across Canada and the USA, and has judged at shows across the country, including Canadian Western Agribition, Farm Fair International, and Olds Fall Fair Classic, as well as a number of regional and junior shows. As the owner of Top Stock Media, she brands and promotes some of the most recognized names in the purebred cattle industry. So we'd like to welcome here today Katie Songner, our judge in the Charlet ring. You bet, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big round of applause for doing an excellent job of sorting through these calves. Here's her comments on the championship bull class.
Well, we've got 6 high-quality individuals here, and I think there's some give and take between them. To be honest, I'd like to put a couple of these bull calves together, and I think we would have a really great one, but there's some really really good ones out here. The bull calf that comes out of the first class is a bull that you really like for how much dimension he is and how much center body he has and how much shape there is. And then a bull that gives you a really attractive look on the side profile. As I mentioned in class, where I'd like to change this bull is his foot design. The bulls that precede him or that come after him in the lineup maybe don't have quite the body shape that he does. So there's some give and take in between those. The bull that comes after him out of the second class there is a bull that, as I spoke in that class, is a really complete individual. He's nice moving. He's maybe not the performance option and certainly doesn't have the performance of some of the other bull calves out here. But when you get on that individual, he's really square and true in how he sets down at the ground. He really moves flexibly. Just an individual that's pretty complete in this lineup. And then we come with the bull out of the third class there, a bull that you really like. He patterns very much like the bull out of the first class, just in terms of his center body design. This bull with adequate bone to him, lots of muscle and dimension and boldness through his rib. Another bull that, if I was to change him, it would be, as I said, when he gets out and goes, he could have a little bit more flexibility through his rear too. But that's a nice lineup of bull calves. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause, and I'll go pick my favorites.
And your champion bull calf coming out of the first class, entry number 3102, C2 Kong 120K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charles à la Rivière. And your reserve champion coming out of split number 3, entry number 3108, Stepler Timbler 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms of Miami, Manitoba. You betcha. On the Charlet bull side, give them a big round of applause for your champion and reserve champion bull calves as we turn it over to the judge in ring number 2 in the Hereford division.
Back to the Hereford side, found one that really comes to the top of this class quite easily for me. Big bodied, big solid made kind of heifer. You know, she's on the edge of getting too fat for me, but that's being really critical of a really good one. So very nice heifer to start with. Close placing for me is probably between 2 and 3 here. The freckle-faced heifer in second is a heifer that you really have to admire. She hasn't cooperated much, so it's hard to get a real good look at her, a real good read on her, but when you do get a chance to see her and analyze her, she's just got more shape down her top and more width right at her spine there than the heifer in third. Really nicely made heifer in third, a heifer that profiles really nice from the side. She's got a good tie into her neck and shoulder. She's got a really long neck to her. Sound made kind of a heifer. Just gets a little narrower down her top. Another close placing here between 4 and 5. The heifer in fourth has a better angle to her shoulder for me. The heifer that rounds out the class just gets pretty straight in that shoulder, and it's restricting her in her movement off that front end, and that's why she's where she's at.
First in that class is entry number 6717 PBR, Rimrose, exhibited by Stephen Mans. In second place, 6710 ABHF, Exceed Lassie, exhibited by Oriana Heinman. In third, entry 6711 Elm Lodge, exhibited by JRP Herefords. In fourth, 6709 RSF Blue 9J, exhibited by Rochelle Stock Farms. And in fifth, 6708 Twin View Hazel 9J, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. If you're following along in your show book, the order for that one was 1, 5, 4. Flip to the next page, 2, 3. Next into the ring, we have the female yearling split, number 3. First in the ring, entry 6712 RSF 18X Jewel, exhibited by Rochelle Stock Farms. 6713 XLP 190B Zoom Zoom, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. 6714 RVP 203 Miss Jocularity 29J, exhibited by Lone Pine Cattle Services. 6715 RSF 50S Fancy 1J, exhibited by Richaud Stock Farms. 6716 is a scratch in this class.
Back over in the Charlet ring here, we do have our yearling bulls in the ring right at the moment. 3 entries here. Leading off this class here is entry number 3201, JMB Flash 115J, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. Following that is entry number 3202, LEJL Poncho 100J, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Charlets of Corset, Alberta. Following that in the ring here is entry number 3203, Beck's Thread 2176J, shown and exhibited by Beck Farms and Stepler Farms. And now for our judge on our comments here on the yearling bull class.
Well, I like the one that wins the class an awful lot, just from a sheer power perspective. This one sets down with so much circumference of bone. He's got a big, solid foot under him. And then when you get on top of that, he's a long-bodied individual. He's so dense through his center body. He's so robust over his top. And then when you get to his front end design, he's super attractive all the way to his nose. Just a really, really nice individual. Looking forward to seeing him out here in the champion drive. And then we come to a bull that maybe just gets a little bit outclassed by the bull that is in first today. He doesn't quite have the attractiveness and the balance off the side profile, but an individual you like from his performance standpoint. He's a really, really long body bull. He's got lots of muscle over his top, and when you get out over his hip, just a bull that's maybe not quite the bull the first bull is, just in terms of how much bone he has under him. A little bit of a smaller footed bull as compared to that bull that starts the class today. And then we get to a bull in third place that you really like for the softness of his muscle design. He's kind of got a maternal look to him that you can see him leaving some pretty good females. But with that, he gets a little bit plainer through his front end, and I'd like to throw just a little bit more muscle into the build of this bull to get him to compete with the bulls in class above him today. But 3 really interesting yearling bulls to start off that division in the Charlet show.
Your class winner there is entry number 3203, Beck's Thread 2176J, shown and exhibited by Beck Farms of Lang, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Stepler Farms on that bull. Second in class is entry number 3201, JMB Flash 115J, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets. And rounding out the class is entry number 3202, LEGL Poncho 100J, shown and exhibited by Big Sky Charlets of Corset, Alberta. And we'll be moving and rolling right along there. They won the Junior Bull Champion was by Muir Land and Cattle Company, and also Reserve was sponsored by KCH Cattle Company. As we move into class number 222, we have one exhibitor here, is entry number 3301, C2 Hirizma, shown and exhibited by Rosso Charlets of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
Moving on to the Hereford side, we'll have our judges' comments.
Good one to start this class bred heifers. One that's sound and flexible at both ends. She's one that's got enough depth of body and muscle, just a real complete package. If you're going to get extremely critical on her, you might tighten her up through that brisket, but really good heifer to start the class. The next placing between 2 and 3 is probably the close placing for me. It comes down to advantage and muscle down that heifer's top and the set to her hind leg and hock. The heifer in third probably just gets a little narrower down her top, has a little extra set to her hind leg compared to the heifer in second, but that's a real close placing. The heifer that ends the class is just a more moderately framed heifer. She's got enough muscle shape to her. She's just a little plainer in her makeup and a little small for me today.
This class of females was sponsored by Allen Hurst Herefords. In first, we had entry 6714, Miss Jocularity by Lone Pine Cattle Services. In second, we had 6713, XLP Zoom Zoom 702J, exhibited by Lone Pine. In third, we had entry 6712, RSF 18X, Jewel 5J, exhibited by Richaud Stock Farm. And in fourth, we had 6715, RSF 50S Fancy, exhibited by Richaud Stock Farms. If you're following along in the order of your book, the order for that class was 3, 2, 1, 4, and then our scratch.
And moving back over into the Charolais ring here, our judges' comments on our senior bull champion.
A pretty impressive single entry here on the senior bull side in the Charolais show. This bull is absolutely athletic when he gets out and goes. A bull that he's really flexible, and then when you get him stopped, he gives you a nice look from the side. He's extremely long spined, and with that, he's got a lot of muscle dimension. When you get through his rib cage, he's really opened up wide and robust there. When you get behind him off his hip, there's some stoutness in him. Just a really impressive senior bull. It's too bad he couldn't have had a little bit more competition, but I'm looking forward to seeing him back in the final drive.
And your senior bull champion here is entry number 3301, C2 Hiroshima 42H, shown by Rosso Charolais of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. We will be getting everything together there and coming back to you with our grand champion bull drive here in the Charolais ring. Our grand champion Charolais bull chair is sponsored in part by by the Charolais banner, and reserve champion bull will receive a chair by HTA Charolais. Coming back in here for our championship bull drive in the Charolais division. Entry number on the bull calves is entry number 3102, C2 Kong 120K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charolais at La Riviere, Manitoba. Following that in is our reserve champion bull calf, coming to you at a split number 3. Entry number 3108, Stepler Timber 62K, shown and exhibited by Stepler Farms Limited of Miami, Manitoba. We move into our junior bull division there. Entry number 3203, Beck's Thread 2176J, shown and exhibited by Beck Farms of Lang, Saskatchewan, with additional owner Stepler Farms. And following that is entry number 3201, JMB Flash, shown and exhibited by JMB Charolais of Brookdale, Manitoba. And coming out of our senior bull division is entry number 3301, C2 Hiroshima 42H, shown and exhibited by Rosso Charolais of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
Over on our Hereford side, we've welcomed back the yearling females to have our champion junior female class. We'll have comments from the judges.
A couple differences in types and kind out here. Just a really nice bred heifer show, and all these exhibitors should be really proud of the ones they brought. I'll go show you which two I like the best for the day.
Our grand champion junior female from split number 1, 6706, RSK 7165, Miss Sage 90J, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Twin View Polled Herefords. The champion yearling heifer is sponsored by LV Farms. Our reserve champion yearling heifer is sponsored by Guilford Hereford Ranch, and it is entry from split number 2, entry number 6717, PBHR Rimrose 19F, exhibited by Stephen Manns.
In the Charlet ring over here with our judges' comments on our grand champion bull calf.
Well, this is probably the last time you'll hear from me today in the Charlet ring. I really want to thank Ag Ex for just having me here to do this show, because I was, as I said at the beginning, really excited about judging the Charlet breed. And these bulls and the females that we had earlier, I think, exemplify the quality that I expected. They're really, really good all the way through. I think the Charlet breed is pretty intriguing just in terms of how much commercial acceptance it has with bloodlines that have success out here in the show ring. Not a lot of breeds can do that, but this is a really sound, functional, practical set of Charlet bulls. I'd be happy to turn them out with my cows and see what kind of performance they bring in. But I want to congratulate all of you. Please put your hands together for the Charlet breeders and a phenomenal set of bulls.
And your champion, Charlet bull, and comes out of the yearling division there. Entry number 3203, Beck's Thread 2176J, shown and exhibited by Beck's Farms and Stepler Farms of Lang, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion bull comes to you out of the bull calf division. Entry number 3102, C2 Kong 120K, shown and exhibited by C2 Charlets de la Riviere, Manitoba. Congratulations, exhibitors in the championship bull drive there, as they will be coming back in at 6:30 tonight for the Supreme Breed Extravaganza right here in this ring.
Now over on the Hereford side, entering the ring is our 2-year-old female class. Entry number 6801, Haraldson's Robin 24E 44H, exhibited by Haraldson's Polled Herefords. Entry 6802, RSK 20C, Miss Kiona, exhibited by Sheriff Farms. 6803, Moorhaven Leon Sarah ET9H, exhibited by Moorhaven Farm. Entry 6806, TEEG 27C, Ashlyn 20088H, exhibited by Tegan Heineman. And entry 6807, GRHK 11E, DE Do 7H, exhibited by Green Ridge Farms. These are 2-year-old females with calf at foot.
Back over in the Charlet ring here, we have class number 227, Progeny of Dam. We have one entry here. Entry number 3401, JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. Dam would be JMB Flash 115J, and entry JMB Kirsten 212K. At this point in time, I would like to thank our ring steward out there, Tyler Stewart, for doing a wonderful job, as well as his sister, Nikki Stewart, for handing out prizes and keeping the ribbon girls in check as well. Along the way, the show is not possible without all of our marshals that are doing their whale of a job in the back out there. We had numerous marshals marshaling cattle up, so hopefully if they can hear us out there right now, please, people, these our volunteers here, give them a big, big round of applause if you're watching the Charlet show. Our single entry here in the Progeny Dam, entry number 3401, shown and exhibited by JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba, is your class winner here in class number 227. We will be rolling along into the Breeders' Herd, class number 228. One entry here as well, entry number 3502 with JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. And your Breeders' Herd champion here in the Charlet ring is entry number 3502, JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba. We will be moving along from that into the Get of Sire, class number 229. We'll have two entries in that. Entry number 3601, Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. And entry number 3602 of JMB Charlets of Brookdale, Manitoba.
Over on the Hereford side, we will have our judges' comments on this class of 2-year-old females.
Real impressive class of 2-year-old females. Give these guys a round of applause. As I mentioned in the Simmental show this morning, it's extremely hard to get a pair to town where everything looks right. And you've got that in the pair that wins this class. I mean, you'd have trouble finding a better uddered female in any of the barns here. Just a phenomenal looking cow. She's got the right look, perfect uddered, good bull calf in front of her. She wins this one pretty easy for me. Cow in second is a lot like, in body type, a lot like the cow that wins the class. Nice big heifer calf on the front of her. She's starting to dry up on these guys, but a female that's got the right teat size, the right levelness to her udder. Nice solid cow that falls into second pretty easily. Gets probably closer for me between third and fourth place pairs. Huge, powerful bull calf on the cow in third, and that's probably what the advantage is there. I'd like to tidy up that cow's udder and just give her a little more oomph when you get down her top, but really, really impressive bull calf on her and doing a nice job for a 2-year-old. A better uddered cow in fourth. Not quite as powerful of a calf and a little coarser made kind of a cow, especially through her shoulder and front end and head, but a nice pair as well. Get down to extremely hard working female at the bottom. She's got as good a udder as anything except the class winner, but just a cow that is not putting the weight on really well. She's really being hard on herself. She's got a decent calf in front of her, but she's really having a hard time keeping her condition.
The winners of that class in first and second are also our champion and reserve champion. So our champion is entry 6801, Haroldson's Robin, 24E, exhibited by Haroldson's Polled Herefords. The champion 2-year-old female is sponsored by Rashod Stock Farms. The reserve champion 2-year-old female is sponsored by Rockin H. Hereford, and it goes to 6803, Moorhaven, Leon, Sarah, 9H, exhibited by Moorhaven Farm. In third, we have 6807, GRHK, Do, 7H, exhibited by Greenridge. In fourth, we have entry 6802, RSK, Miss Kiona, exhibited by Sheriff Farms. And in fifth, we had 6806, TEG, Ashland, exhibited by Tegan Hindman. If you're following in order of your book, the top to bottom is 1, 4, 2, 5, 3. Next into the ring, we have the senior female champion class. Entry number 6901, Twin View 15Z, Deidre, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords.
And back over into the Charolais ring here in class number 229, Get of Sire. Our winner here, sponsored by Sunblade Charolais, goes to entry number 3602, JMB Charolais of Brookdale, Manitoba, with reserve going to entry number 3601, Hidden Lake Stock Farms of Carberry, Manitoba. Well, we've got Bert here in the ring as well. We'd also like to present to him the Premier Exhibitor, sponsored by Rammer Charolais, and also with that is the Premier Exhibitor going to JMB Charolais, sponsored in part by Pleasant Dawn Charolais. That concludes our Charolais show in the show ring over here, and we'll turn it back over to the Herefords.
Oh, we'll have our comments from Judge Jeff Lees.
Well, it's too bad we didn't have anything to challenge this one because she's pretty good. I hope you guys could all follow me on this class. Probably the only class of the day that everyone will agree with me, but really big, solid, stout bull calf honor. Good uddered cow, nice made, dark colored cow. 4-year-old, I believe, and just a really nice unit as a pair. So congratulations.
Our champion senior female is entry number 6901, Twin View 15Z Deidre, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. Our champion senior female was sponsored by Mans Herefords. Next up, we will have our grand champion female class. For our grand champion senior, or our grand champion female class, we will welcome back entry 6706, RSK 7165, Miss Sage, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Twin View Polled Herefords. Entry 6717. Oh. I messed up. I didn't start at the heifer calves, so we'll go back over and start again. We're going to welcome entry 6504, Arthur SA Eclipse 90K, exhibited by Arthur Polled Herefords, as well as entry 6613. I don't see it. Six 6613 Haroldson's Temptress 100K, exhibited by Moorhaven Farms. Entry 6610, exhibited by Greenridge Farms, GRH 57G Rita. Entry 6607, RSK FM30H, Miss Princess, exhibited by RSK Farms. 6706, RSK 7165, Miss Sage 90J, exhibited by RSK Farms, additionally owned by Twin View Polled Herefords. 6717, PBHR Rim Rose 14J, exhibited by Stephen Mans. 6801, Haroldson's Robin 24E 44H, exhibited by Haroldson's Polled Herefords. 6803, Moorhaven Leon Sarah 9H, exhibited by Moorhaven Farm. And entry 6901, exhibit Twin View 15Z Deidre, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords.
The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale
One
on
last
sale
award
day.
that we were to give out over here was the
And the
fellowship
accolades
award
when the gavel
to the Charlet
falls
breeder
after the
that shows
last lot
fellowship to the rest of
sells.
the barn, and that goes to
The
north
road to
of
these
50
accomplishments
Charlet,
starts
St.
well
McCurry.
before dawn. The heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know
Beautiful
there is
set of
more to
females
your
for Champion
operation than
Drive.
what the world sees.
Please join me in congratulating
We
these
understand
exhibitors.
the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed.
Front to
At
back,
Gen X, our
I've been really
philosophy has always
impressed with the
been
quality
cow
and
sense
caliber of
and
cattle
science.
that have come out
Like
for
you, we
the
rely on
Hereford
the
female
knowledge
side.
of those that came before us.
Just a
We
testament to these
appreciate cattle
breeders
for their
to
phenotype,
bringing
and know
out the right
importance of
kind, the kind that I
hard-to-measure
like
traits
as well.
to your bottom line.
As I mentioned
We
before,
believe that behind
you
every
know,
good bull
if I was
is an
here
even
as an
better
exhibitor,
cow.
I'd be in a
At the
really,
same
really
time,
tough
we know that to be
go.
successful
So,
for generations
in
to
a way,
come,
I'm kind of
we
glad that I'm
must
judging it
embrace
instead
today's
of
data-backed
exhibiting it.
technologies, utilizing
congratulations
EPDs
to all of you.
and genomics
I'll show
to
you which
ensure
two are
our
my
bull
favorites.
lineup is second to none in every way that counts. At its core, Cow Sense and Science is a blending of generational wisdom with cutting-edge genetic tools to produce cattle that exhibit real-world worthiness. At times, it may seem that Cow Sense and Science are at odds with each other, but one without the other is not a complete picture, because the whole that defines us is greater than the parts that make us. That is Cow Sense and Science.
Our Grand Champion female is sponsored by Roselawn Polled Herefords and Lawview Polled Herefords. And that goes to entry number 6801, Haroldson's Robin 24E 44H, exhibited by Haroldson's Polled Herefords. Our Reserve Grand Champion female is sponsored by Doug Troop Hereford Farm and Jezebel's Western Jewelry and Apparel. And our Reserve Grand Champion is entry number 6901, Twin View 15Z Deidre 2F, exhibited by Twin View Polled Herefords. We will have a very brief 5-minute break before we get into the bulls.
the heifer calf that becomes your herd matriarch. The hush from the crowd when your calves step across the scale on sale day. And the accolades when the gavel falls after the last lot sells. The road to these accomplishments starts well before dawn and continues late into the night. They're born from sweat on your brow, scrapes on your knuckles, and more hard work in a week than most people do in a lifetime. But we know there is more to your operation than what the world sees. We understand the years of planning, preparation, and sacrifice that it takes to succeed. At Gen X, our philosophy has always been cow sense and science. Like you, we rely on the knowledge of those that came before us. We appreciate cattle for their phenotype and know the importance of hard-to-measure traits to your bottom line. We believe that behind every good bull is an even better cow. At the same time, we know that to be successful for generations to come, we must embrace today's data-backed technologies, utilizing EPDs and genomics to ensure our bull lineup is second to none.